say 400 on this dress, or I want to post it for 200. I want to at least get something back. Now I'm just posting stuff, $30. Entertainment center, $30. Someone messaged me for an entertainment center. It's like $200. I posted it for $30. They messaged me and said, I'll give you 20. And I thought, really? You can't add the extra 10? But I said, okay, no problem. Sure. And
That's how the game goes.
No, but listen, they never responded.
Wow.
I think
that happens all the time.
Well, what I think people that do is they try to see, it's like the high that they get from being like 20, and you'll be like, sure. And they'll be like, oh, that felt great. They don't actually want it.
Now, I got family members who are OfferUp champions, and they do that all the time.
What?
They offer something and then don't go pick it up. Oh, I forgot about it. I decided I don't really need it.
Yeah.
That's the OfferUp game.
Like you just kind of, that's what I'm saying. It's the high of being like, I got this. It's like adding something to your Amazon cart. You never end up buying it, but it stays in your cart, and then you click save for later, and then you re-add it, and then save for later and re-add it.
A couple of years ago, we did a garage sale. It was like multiple families were doing this garage sale, and there was stuff that was priced for like $1.
Yeah.
And there were people that be, I'll give you 50 cents worth.
What
are you doing with that extra 50 cents? What
Okay.
does that do for you?
I will say there are people that will approach the world with that kind of like bartering mentality at like actual stores. Like I worked at Michael Kors in South Center, and I would have people come in, look at a brand new bag in a not like designer, but like a lifestyle brand designer store, and go like, let's say it's $498. They'd be like, can I do $350? I'd be like, what do you mean? What do you mean?
This ain't the flea market.
No, this is a store.
Ain't the swap meet.
Like you could go to Pike Place Market and find it for a lot cheaper than $350. I don't know what to tell you, but anyways, I was just thinking of that to start my day. I forgot to tell you guys that when we were show prepping. It would have been much more appropriate to say off air, but I had to tell you.
That's a good way to start the day.
I had to just loosen up, tell you about my my OfferUp life. How was your yesterday? Did you take advantage of the sun?
No, my son had golf practice, so I sat at the golf course with my other son.
That's taking
had a
advantage of
sandwich
it.
and watched people hit golf balls into the water on 18 at Echo.
Yeah.
And then today's my daughter's birthday, so happy birthday, Jada.
Happy birthday, Jada.
Happy birthday.
She's 11 today. But no, I was outside, but it was more just for the kids. I was more just sitting there watching the kids enjoy the sun.
Curtis, you watch a lot of Paw Patrol?
Moana 2,
Nice.
which is now out on Disney Plus. That's a big hit in the Rogers household. Went on a walk though with the family because the weather was great yesterday. Today, looking like it'll be another storm of the century. So hopefully, just power stays on.
Honestly,
that's all we're praying for.
I'm shocked that the weather for like a meteorologist report didn't just say like the rapture. Like it's the weirdest possible weather you could have.
I think
like,
they're going to gas it up. They always gas it up,
Okay,
and it's going
yes.
to be, it's going to be the greatest or the biggest storm we've seen of all time, and then it is for like 5 minutes, and it's over.
Is there ever part of you that kind of wants it to be a crazy storm, though? Like, you don't want anyone
As
to be
long
hurt
as everyone's
anywhere.
fine.
Yeah, if everyone's
Yeah.
fine, sometimes you kind of think, well, what's that going to be like? What if we do lose power? And
Well,
then,
here's the thing. I live on the prison grid in Monroe,
Ooh,
so our power stays on.
You're always
we
good. They got to make sure those guys stay right where they are and have Wi-Fi. Okay, we're moving on. What Cal is giving up by staying in Seattle and why Mariners fans will always love him for it. This was something that I thought after this signing. I had a friend text me and say, oh my God, thank God, finally. And I always think of two childhood friends, and he's one of them whenever the Mariners do something big. And it's because they have watched the Mariners ship away a lot of their favorite players, watched their favorite players hit free agency, and have grown up as diehard Mariners fans who kind of feel rejected as Mariners fans. You know what I mean? Like there is that kind of like, I think there are Seattle fans who do have that innate feeling of like, you're not going to get picked. And it's just kind of is. And it depends in what era you grew up or what teams you liked. Like if you are 20 and only ever watched the Seahawks' best run ever, you don't necessarily think that. But if you grew up through the 90s or 80s, or it's a little bit different. So I thought it was one kind of takeaway for me about the Cal signing was how cool it is for an athlete to choose Seattle.
Yeah, you got chose. That's a great feeling. You ever been chose? You walk into a room and you see a pretty co-ed, whatever your preference is, and they look at you and you realize you've been chosen. So that's what we feel like right now. And it's great when you have the catcher that is second amongst all catchers in RBIs. First when it comes to home runs last year, second in walks. And don't forget this one. People sleep on this stat right here. My man stole 6 bags last year. That was third amongst catchers. So a little dumper got some movement over there. He got some movement going on. But it's nice when you get this caliber of player to decide, I want to be here, and I want to be here for the long run. So that tells you a couple of things, that they see a future. And there's no way he doesn't look at the arms of the mountain and say, yes, I love to work with these guys. Maybe he's looking at Julio and thinking, that is a star in the making. Let me be a part of this. Maybe he's talking to the guys upstairs. And that's what is important, too, is that the guys upstairs get a lot of flack. And I think some of it is deserved, right? And they question their moves, they question their aggressiveness, and then the owners as well. So for Cal to sit here and choose Seattle over anything else says that there are some things that are aligned that he sees that are going to be conducive to the success in the future. Whether it happens or not, for Cal right now, he was like me sitting at the clubhouse on 18 watching the sun and the golfers go by. It just felt good. It felt good for Cal. So it feels good to be chosen.
Here's what Cal said at a Simply Seattle event yesterday.
Seattle's meant a lot to me. It's kind of a tough question. It's become kind of like a second home in a way, and very grateful for everything the city, the team, organization, and obviously the fans as well has done for me. And it's a lot of fun because obviously we were in Arizona for a while, and we started to get that itch a couple weeks out, wanting to come back and come here, and it's always a good time when you get back into Washington, and the sun's out today, so it's a rare feat for this time of year.
I liked Dan O'Dowd talking, this was with MLB Network, about how Cal could get more recognition on the East Coast, and he's kind of giving something up by staying with the Mariners, but that's an integral part of their success.
And again, I think different time zone, if he's back in the East Coast, I think he gets a lot more love than what he actually gets in the game. He's a really, really good player. And, you want a mentally stable individual behind the plate, somebody that posts up night in, night out, and brings this sense of calmness to the team. I think he does that. I think he's really an integral part of everything that's going on in Seattle right now.
I thought that part was really interesting to me. It reminded me of that initial thought I had with I think a lot of players recognize that if you played for the Yankees, the Red Sox, literally anyone really from the AL East, but certainly just on the East Coast, you do get more attention in baseball in particular. And it's not the same conversation, but I remember people talking about Fernando Tatis with the Padres going like, "Whoa, is it a bad idea to sign with a tiny market on the West Coast?" And just thinking but if that's where you want to be, think of how much you mean to those fans now.
And it's and Cal doesn't strike me as a person that needs that spotlight, that is seeking that. Now, a guy like, say, Juan Soto, you knew he was going to the big time. That's a different caliber of player. But I'm saying this personality-wise, his personality is, let me get in front of the bright lights. Cal is low-key. Where's he from, North Carolina? Is he from North Carolina?
Yeah, he also has family in Massachusetts, so he's an East Coast guy.
Yeah, I mean, I point out North Carolina because you don't think of North Carolina as the hustle and bustle and, prime time look at me. His personality is low-key, so it makes sense that he would want to stay here. And if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And I think that's the most encouraging thing to me is that Cal sees a future here. The dollars help. Let's not get it twisted.
Yep.
You're getting 17.5 a year. You're secure. Average is 17.5 a year. A few years he's getting 23 million. But no, I think it's all about fit. And I think that can be lost sometimes, especially when you're dealing with athletes who are looking to capitalize on their youth, their health, their contract, their whole situation. Yeah. And Cal didn't seem like that. So I appreciate that because you have to have like a low-key personality out here in Seattle. It's just a different type of vibe.
Speaking of capitalizing on talent, I want to go back to something that you were making fun of yourself for bringing up yesterday, but when the news broke about Cal, it took all of 10 minutes for you to be like, now how are you going to take advantage of it? And then you were like, wait, bump, no, don't do it. Just save it. Well, let's bring it back in because that's another thing I wanted to get to with this open. Another thing that I was thinking of as we were writing the email yesterday and, going over what we were talking about with the show. Yeah, Bump, you're not wrong. You might have said, well, let me hold off right now and just first celebrate Cal. But your mind does naturally go to, okay, well, you can't keep everyone. And you still have these starters under contract. And all signing Cal did, in addition to make me very excited and make me happy for the Mariners keeping some of their talent, is remind me that you can't keep everyone. Tim Kirkjian on with Wyman and Bob talking about that when it comes to the starting pitchers.
They're not going to sign all of those guys because the Mariners have some money, but they're obviously not in the same arena as so many other big market teams out there. So I would hang on to those young guys for now since you haven't moved them. Hope that they develop. You're just going to have to be active at the trade deadline once you get there if you have a chance to make the playoffs. And then maybe that is the time to, take a starting pitcher, move him for a big-time hitter, because you may not need 5 starters in the postseason. You need 5 to get you there. But if you can get close and you add a bat, that might be what the Mariners are looking at a few months from now.
Okay. A couple things here from Tim Bump. First of all, the general idea that you still need to take advantage of the starting talent you have, because if Cal's extension reminds you of anything, it's that you are not going to be able to pay all these guys. Secondly, and maybe if you find that your offense needs help, you already learned last year 5 great starters doesn't get you to the playoffs. That was one unfortunate lesson you can take from last season. Maybe you do consider dealing one of them at the deadline. Maybe the best way to take advantage of having them is to use one of them as a trade weapon.
Yeah, I said that during the offseason. I understand why they didn't, because, you want to continue to be great at what you're great at. And that's something I hear all the time. And I hear these baseball heads talk about, well, you only need 3 in the playoffs. And you hear Tim talk about, all right, 5 will get you there, but 3, and you'll be able to go if you add a couple of bats. Yeah, that makes sense. How are you going to add bats here? Guys aren't just lining up to take a flight to the Northwest and play for the Mariners for a few reasons. It can be the ballpark. It can be the organization. It could be them not seeing a future here, right? So, yeah, that is a move that's eventually is going to happen. I wanted them to get in front of it, but at this point, they're looking at this roster and saying, these arms can get us there. We need some help with the returner guys when it comes to these bats, and maybe we'll get going. But, yeah, man, I'm all for dealing one of these arms. And I'm talking about dealing an arm, and I'm picturing them as just a silhouette. When I start putting a face to the silhouette, then it starts getting emotional. I go, I don't want George to go. I don't want Logan out of here. Well, Bryce is doing so great.
Talk yourself out
has
of
a
it.
future. Matt, it's just like, then you start to talk yourself out of it. Exactly.
Yeah, if
but
you could stay healthy, maybe he's your number 3.
if you just look at it for what it is and what this team needs and how you can get there, it has to start with this rotation. So I think this is probably, you got 1 or 2 more years of these guys kind of hanging around and seeing what this rotation can do. Because if Randy, if Julio, if Victor, if throw Rowdy in there, Demo, JP, if they can't get it done this year, you have no other choice but to look at that rotation and say, what can I get?
Exactly. And this year's offseason recipe cannot be next year or the year after offseason recipe if you don't have those arms. Because as we know, this recipe is, well, we know the arms are going to be great. We know pitching is going to be your strength. So be good enough, or barely good on offense. Maybe get hot at the right time. Maybe have Julio play like an MVP, and all of a sudden you're in the playoffs. That doesn't get to be your recipe for success when you don't have this pitching to rely on, because you know that there's going to be 1 or 2 extra games, per cycle of the starters where you're going to go, the offense is going to have to do something. And in fairness, you can't expect Kirby, Logan, Castillo, anyone to let you win games, with 2 runs or 3 runs every time.
Still got to score runs.
You still got to score runs. So
preferably 3 to 5.
Yeah, ideally just over 4. Can we get over 4?
That'd be nice.
That would be wonderful. That would be amazing. I don't know. It's just it's not necessarily a negative angle that I'm adding. What my real takeaway is how awesome of Cal Raleigh to stay with Seattle, and what that means for so many Seattle fans. And then that conversation does naturally become, well, how do you make the most of Cal? And how do you make the most of guys you haven't extended yet, knowing you can't extend all of them? Mm-hmm. It means you make a run this year. It does. As much as we've written this year off, and as much as we've gone, well, what are they going to do? They're projected, ESPN projected them with like mid to high 80s in wins. Well, maybe it has to be this year. Maybe it needs to be this year and next. Like, you cannot just view this as strictly building. This is still a window, and these windows are brief for teams like Seattle.
What she said.
Mm-hmm. Let's get to headline rewrites.
Extra, extra, read all about it.
Headline rewrite.
We must make headlines.
The real story behind the headlines in today's news with Bubba and Stacy.
Headline number 1, Russell Wilson is signing a 1-year deal with the Giants. What's the real headline?
Got to be honest, I don't think Russ's undefeated record at MetLife holds up in 2025.
Nah, too many opportunities. Way too many opportunities. I like this for Russell, man. The Giants are tired of waiting on Aaron Rodgers. We all assume that he's going to the Steelers, right? The deal's up to worth up to $21 million, $10.5 million guaranteed. And he had a couple good games last year in the regular season. He threw for 414 yards and 3 touchdowns against the Bengals. Completed 76% of his passes. In the playoff loss to Baltimore, he didn't play that bad. 20 of 29, 270, 2 touchdowns, no interceptions. He didn't have one multi-turnover game last year. He only played, 10 and 11.
Good for you, Russ.
He took care of the football. He's a bridge quarterback now. The Giants aren't expecting him to go over there and save the day, but they are expecting him to help Malik Neighbors continue to develop. They're probably going to draft a quarterback here this year or next year in the draft. There's some possibilities there. Good for Russell, man. We knew he was going to get a job somewhere. I thought it was going to be as a backup, but if he doesn't perform over there, Mr. Jameis Winston is lurking, and they'll give him a shot. But I expect Russell to hold it down.
Okay, so the Giants in 2025, the two main divisions they're facing are going to be the obviously NFC North, AFC West. So tough. Like they're going to have the Chiefs, for instance. They are going to have some really, really solid teams in the North, in addition to obviously the rest of their opponents in the East, 2 of which were represented in the NFC Championship game. Over under. Pretend Russ is the starter to start the season. Over under 5 wins for the Giants.
Yeah, go 5.5.
Slight over.
So I'm going. I'm going under. I'm going under.
It's because you want to win the bet, though.
Always want to win bets, but I just don't see it. There's not enough over there right now. They got to do a bit more. I'm looking at the roster as it stands right now. Offensively, they'll be okay. Defensively, they got a couple guys. But it's bigger than just the players on the field. It's the coaching staff. It's the management upstairs. The Giants don't give you more than 4 wins.
And they have a tough schedule. That's a tough slate, right? What about if the Steelers do sign Aaron Rodgers? Over under 7 wins.
They're going 8 to 9.
Okay.
Headline rewrites.
Headline number 2, Stephon Diggs is signing with the Patriots on a 3-year deal worth up to a nice $69 million.
Nice.
What's the real headline?
Will Drake's number 1 target be ready in week number 1?
Yeah, I think he'll be ready to go. There's enough time. It's an 8 to 9 month injury. I forgot exactly when it went down, but I think the timeline. They're saying he's running full speed right now, so
okay,
he should be good.
That's good.
$23 million a year. I still think he's a number 1 type of receiver. Only got a couple more years of being that number 1 guy. But no, I like this because Drake May. We're hearing great things about Drake May over there in New England. I'll say it again. I didn't think he was going to be that great in the league. I was wrong. So you got to get your guy number 1 target. Now you have to protect him because we talk about offensive line woes here in Seattle. It's been the same with New England. So good for Stephon Diggs. Knew he would get a deal. Surprised it took this long, but I like the landing spot. He should go for about 1,100 and about 8 of them things this year.
Earlier in the sports bit, I asked, do you think Diggs will be New England's number 1 receiver? They've been looking for that number 1 receiver. It's going to be Diggs. I know that he's going to be turning 32 this season, but I said, do you think he's still going to be a number 1 or can still be? And you said, absolutely. And then I went back now and I'm looking at his stats, beginning with 2018 with Minnesota, 1,000 yards every single season, peaking at 1,535 with Buffalo in 2020, obviously a Pro Bowl season, first team All-Pro. And then last year, 496 in an injured season with Houston, only played half a season, was on pace for just shy of 1,000 yards. Maybe it's really unfair of anyone to ask whether he could still be a number 1 receiver. He has 1 injured season where he didn't get 1,000 yards, and outside of that has had it at least every year since 2018.
Well, I think it's because he's 31 years old.
Yeah.
And once you hit the 30s, people just start to look at you a bit different in the NFL. And rightfully so, you slow down a bit. But everything that I saw from him when he's healthy is he's good. That release is still on point. The hands are still good. He's still running past defenders. He's a number 1. He'll be fine.
Headline rewrites.
Headline 3, Forbes' annual MLB franchise valuations were released today. The Yankees were number 1 with $8.2 billion. The Mariners are 13th at $2.2 billion. What's the real headline?
That doesn't feel like small market value.
No.
It's a folksy mom and pop shop.
This is, I am not saying the Mariners or the Dodgers. I am not saying they're Chicago. I'm not saying they're a New York franchise. We all know that to be true. But sometimes, Bump, you and I both know, we see from people, oh, you can't expect the Mariners to do this. Well, hang on a minute. They're not like 28th. They're not 30th. They're not 21 in terms of market size.
No, the Mariners, this just reaffirms a whole bunch of thoughts that we've had and that Texas have had. You just want them to do more. It's almost like they don't understand their value, and they're underselling it to the public as well. It's like the messaging that they put out there is like, oh, poor us, man. We're just little old Seattle. We don't have much going on over here. Our money ain't right. Your money's right. Your money is better than only getting a few pieces and hoping that Bliss and Rowdy get things done. So this is, I mean, we all knew this, and we've all felt this about the Mariners. But you know what? Opening day's tomorrow. And they have an opportunity to prove us all wrong and say, look, we told you we put together a good roster.
I feel like this is us wanting to be mad, but it's Christmas, and it goes, you know what, we're going to save this for Monday.
Yep.
But however, we are upset, and we're going to keep talking about this after Christmas, after we all have a nice day. No, I completely agree with you. I think that the conversation about people who want the Mariners to spend more almost intentionally gets eroded, and people make it seem as though, like, not a single person I know, not a single baseball fan I know wants the Mariners to spend what, like, the top 5, 6, 7 teams are spending, nor thinks that they can do that for an extended period of time.
No.
I don't know a single person who's argued that. The only people I've seen argue they should spend more are ones who say, well, hey, sometimes, you know, if you're a team, maybe a team like Kansas City is a better example where, like, you might only have a short window that's fleeting. You can't kind of artificially keep it open like the Dodgers can. So take advantage of the window. What's opening the window right now? You have the best 1 through 5 in baseball.
It's opportunity.
Right.
Like, you have an opportunity.
Right.
And it's almost like, you know, it's like what Dory Monson told me, rest in peace, when I first started getting into radio, 7, 8 years ago. He says, never say no to an opportunity. Like, if you can get your voice on the radio, you get your voice on the radio, you do it for free, you do whatever. It's almost like we're asking the Mariners, like, don't miss out on an opportunity. You have a chance here. You got pitchers that can hold you down. You got a couple bats that you feel like are going to have some good years, but you just don't want to miss it, because we don't want to be looking back at 2025, 24, 23, 10 years from now and saying, man, that rotation was awesome. What'd you get out of it? A wild card banner.
TBD. TBD. One ESPN analyst is not a fan of what the Seahawks have done in free agency, and it's for a very obvious reason. That's next.
When you're on the pitch clock and don't have time for your favorite Seattle sports shows, listen to the podcasts on demand.
How about that? Unbelievable. Who would have thought?
Every hour, every interview, every look behind the scenes.
Dan Wilson's the new skipper?
This is a window. This is a time where we can get it done, and that's the hope. That's the vision for this club.
Find us on SeattleSports.com, the Seattle Sports app, or wherever you get podcasts.
Holy smokes!
Never miss a minute of Seattle sports, the home of the Mariners.
You never get a second chance to make a first impression. Superior Linen Service will help your company with logoed apparel, uniforms, floor mats, linen, and more. Give us a call. We answer the phone. Superior Linen Service. It's what we do. Visit suplinen.com.
Did you know colon cancer can be detected early or prevented through regular screening?
I have detected Around Earth is the greatest lie ever.
Okay, Roger. My uncle just passed away, and I inherited his cockatoo, Roger. He was a member of the Flat Earth Society, so Roger picked up on some of his rhetoric. Anyway, screening, such as a colonoscopy.
Screen these! Screen these!
Roger that, Roger. Moving on. Colonoscopies can detect early-stage colon or rectal cancer, or even polyps, which are abnormal growths that can turn into cancer over time.
I'm a Flat Earth walker.
Come on, Roger. What did I do to my uncle to deserve you? You don't get to choose what you inherit, just like colon cancer. Unlike Roger here, I believe in science. And science says that if colon cancer runs in your family, you're more likely to develop it yourself. Talk to your doctor about when you should start screening. Find out more at coloncancercoalition.org. A message from the Colon Cancer Coalition.
What if your limited inventory had unlimited potential? What if your biggest risk was not taking one? What if you could make every move matter? Bank of America's business solutions can help bring your biggest what-ifs within reach. Find out how our digital tools, cutting-edge insights, and trusted expertise can work for your business. What would you like the power to do? Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. Bank of America is proud to be the official bank sponsor of FIFA World Cup 2026.
For 70 years, we've been known as the Humane Society of the United States. But as the challenges animals face have grown, so have we. We are now called Humane World for Animals. And if you love animals, you're part of our world. Humane World for Animals. The end of animal cruelty.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have health news, a CDC update.
Pneumococcal vaccination is now recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose, and millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
Hey, it's Jason Rantz. Our local tax expert Greg Nunn wants taxpayers to know the IRS is now going after older cases very aggressively. If you received Form CP-504 from the IRS, do not ignore it. Be proactive and resolve your situation with Greg Nunn, N-U-N-N, None Better Tax Resolution.
We are Seattle Sports, the home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Watch your favorite show live at seattlesports.com.
Over the past decade, Washington state politicians have doubled state spending with no improvements to the issues we care about. Instead, we now have the third highest cost of living in the nation and a $12 billion deficit. It's time to tell legislators we need better results, not bigger taxes. Act now at affordablewashington.org. Paid for by people for an affordable Washington and Olympia, Washington. Top 5 donors are Washington Alliance for Competitive Economy, Microsoft, Madrona, T-Mobile, and Alaska Air.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto Family.
Hello, hello. Welcome to the Lee Johnson Auto Family. This is King. This organization's a special one. They call it the Lee Johnson Auto Family, and it's not just a name. It's not just some cliche. They foster an environment for us to become a family, to work together, to really become close. And they show us in a lot of different ways that they do value us. Is it perfect? No, no place is. But I've been very thankful to be here in the almost 10 years and have every plan to stay here for a lot longer and just watch it continue to grow.
He's fun and professional, which explains why so many people visiting Lee Johnson Kia ask for him by name. The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto Family.
Music that moves your soul. Live at Muckleshoot Event Center, Thursday, April 24th. Get tickets before they sell out at muckleshootcasino.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Coming up in 15 minutes, Bump's got 3 things grinding his gears with Get Off My Lawn. My favorite thing about Get Off My Lawn is Curtis, Matt, and I legitimately don't know what it's going to be. So all of the reactions are real, and sometimes I'm like, oh, that's funny, and then sometimes I'm like, that is legitimately, like, stand-up material.
Stand-up material.
It's so funny.
It's going to be Tiger Woods. It's going to be someone cutting off in traffic, and it's going to be something his kids did.
Okay, I'm going to guess that it's going to be...
You know what? My best friend knows me so well.
Are those the 3 things?
Okay.
One of them is going to be, let's see, LeBron was last time, so I'm going to
I was going to guess airline travel, but I don't think Bump's been on an airplane in a while.
I'm going to say one of them is definitely going to be etiquette. Some kind of etiquette focused.
That is one thing that
traffic,
gets under
airport,
Bump's skin more than anything is just like
etiquette.
And
not purely etiquette, but like the right way. This is the way you're supposed to board the plane.
It's the way.
I know. I don't think we're going to have an airport one, though.
It's been a while. Went to Vegas 3 weeks ago. That's over with.
Yeah. Okay, well, we'll find out in 15 minutes what Bump's angry about today. Before we get to that, someone else is angry. One ESPN analyst is not a fan of what the Seahawks have done in free agency. It's for a very obvious reason. Benjamin Solak has his 2025 free agency class rankings. Out of 32, that's the number of teams in the NFL, the Seahawks are 31. I think this is low. Okay, I think this is very low. However, this is what Benjamin says. He looks at, obviously, the key acquisitions. So the acquisitions he's looking at, Sam Darnold, DeMarcus Lawrence, Cooper Kupp, and then retaining Uchenna, Jaron Reed, Ernest Jones. He said what he loved, this class, if we had a time machine and it was 2020. Kupp is a dominant wide receiver 1. Lawrence still has legs as a pass rusher. Reed has just emerged as a starting defensive tackle. And Marquez Valdez-Scantling is still a dangerous field stretcher. No, the Darnold contract doesn't make any sense in this hypothetical world, but stick with me. Seattle's approach of downgrading at quarterback while loading the roster with aging veterans simply does not jibe. There are a couple deals that seem solid, like if Ernest Jones is healthy. But overall, this team spent a ton of money on players with substantial risk factors. Before I get to what he didn't love, what do you think?
A ton of money. Last time I checked, their cap situation is pretty good right now.
Last time I checked.
Cap situation is pretty good right now. I get what he's saying, though. He's looking at DeMarcus and saying, 31, 32 years of age, what are you going to get out of him? Looking at Cooper Kupp and you're thinking, can he separate? Cowherd thinks he can't separate. He looked at analytics. I beg to differ. I think there is some separation, but it looks a bit different. I understand his thinking around this whole thing, but this man has to rank 32 teams. 32 teams. All right, so what he's doing is he's looking surface level. He's saying, I'm running the numbers. I'm looking at what was lost. I'm looking at what's coming in. I'm not diving deep into the relationship with Geno and Schneider and DK and how they wanted to leave. I'm simply just thinking, why would you get rid of that and look what you got in return? A guy who's only proved it for 1 year. You got DeMarcus Lawrence, a guy who only had 4 sacks last year. Cooper Kupp can't stay healthy. I understand his thinking around that whole thing.
Sure.
Now, me personally, I'm not looking at 32 teams either, but I'm looking at our team and I'm thinking it ain't 31. For sure it ain't 31. On the flip side, on the positive side, my argument to that would be, okay, Geno won it out. You got the best available quarterback. If you would have brought Aaron Rodgers over here, would you have felt better? Russell Wilson, would you have felt better? Kirk Cousins? No, I think this was the best quarterback you could have gotten. So young there. Then you're looking at Cooper Kupp. You got him for $15 million a year. My man Stephon Diggs just spent got $23 million a year. Yeah. So he's looking at Stephon Diggs and Cooper Kupp, who are around the same age, and I bet you he's thinking, well, I'm going to take Stephon Diggs. Cool. I think Stephon Diggs probably is the better receiver at this point, but he's coming off an injury as well. DeMarcus Lawrence, you don't need him to be the guy from 8 to 10 years ago. You need him to be exactly who he was for 4 games last year, a guy who was great against the run and who just works hard. There are things and pieces that you add to a football team that make sense to you and your situation, and other people might not understand it. And I think that because my man looks at 32 teams and he has to come up with these rankings, he's looking at the age, and I understand it. I'm not even mad at the ranking, but because we are so connected to this team and dive deep into the weeds when it comes to this, we know they're not 31. But I get your thinking.
Yep.
Old, expensive, but the cap situation is still nice, and you still haven't added an offensive lineman.
If you think the Seahawks are making any effort whatsoever to rebuild, the moves don't make any sense to you. They make no sense. And so if Benjamin, and who I think is a really smart analyst, I really like Benjamin Solak, if he is looking at the Seahawks going, well, you traded away a quarterback that could help you win games. You dealt your, one of your top receivers, your best weapon stretching the field. Surely you are rebuilding. You did that for draft picks. Surely you are looking at how to build this team up and become really competitive and fill in all of these roster gaps. And you're also assuming that you're rebuilding based on the context of the last several years. You have not been a successful team in the postseason. You've been kind of middling. You're a team that used to be great and clearly has fallen from that. And maybe the only way you can get back is stocking up on young talent. So if you're someone that looks at Seattle that way, you then look at the signing of Cooper Kupp and DeMarcus Lawrence, and you go, what are you doing? These are the moves made by an Eagles team that wants to get to another Super Bowl next year, and they just got to fill in the gap and find someone who can maybe help them out right now. Cooper's not going to be part of your team in 3 years. DeMarcus isn't going to be part of your team in 3 years. What are you doing? So I can get why he's looking at it that way, but you got to think about how John Schneider might see the team. Bump, how do you think John Schneider sees this right now? Like, why does Cooper Kupp and DeMarcus Lawrence and even Sam Darnold make sense for John?
Bridge, 520 bridge. 90 bridge. That's what these guys are. Cooper Kupp, you can be a number 2 receiver. You'll be fine. Give us 700. DeMarcus Lawrence. We have a potential 10-sack guy in Uchenna Nwosu who had 10 sacks his first year. We got a potential 8 to 10 sack guy in Boye Mafe and Derek Hall. I think that Solak is looking at these guys to come over and be the guys, and that's not what they need to be. That's not what they're going to be asked to be at this point in their career. You come out and just help out, help the squad out. I'm looking at, he has the Bengals at number 6. Jamar Chase, T. Higgins, B.J. Hill, and Gesicki. Is it Gesicki or Gesicki?
Gesicki.
Anyway,
I don't know.
And he has them at number 6. What did they do for that defense over there? What did they do? You did get a D tackle in B.J. Hill, but you need more than that.
Yeah.
So
Your best defender wants to leave.
The more I look at this list, the more that it comes down to a common theme when it comes to ranking teams and moves or whatnot. Age and quarterbacks, right? You're looking at Sam Darnold, you don't believe in him. You're looking at Cooper Kupp, you think he's done. He don't have to be the number one. If you're looking at Cooper Kupp to be the number one guy, all right, I get you. If you're looking at DeMarcus Lawrence to be the best defensive lineman on this team, okay, I get you. That's not where they're going to be asked to be. Look at this team and what they have on defense. If there's any knock, it's that O-line room is still kind of thin right now. That there's no real veteran presence in there when it comes to a guy who's been in the league 7, 8, 9 years, who's done this, and you can just plug in right now and play. That's the knock that I have. 31 is a bit disrespectful. I'd move them around like 17, 18, or anywhere in the middle. I think that would be a bit more appropriate, because when just looking at the Bengals and seeing their moves, and you have them at number 6, you spend how much money on receivers and did absolutely nothing for your defense so far? Come on, man.
The reason you didn't get to the playoffs despite an MVP caliber season and a Triple Crown season from your 2 best players, your defense, and you didn't address it. Absolutely agree. You already touched on what Benjamin didn't like. The biggest knock for him was the lack of additions at the offensive line. He said even if every single move John Schneider made this offseason works, like Cooper Kupp looks great, he stays healthy, DeMarcus Lawrence, gets legs back underneath him, maybe he gets more sacks this year than he has in the last couple seasons, the ceiling of this team will be capped by an inability to pass protect. You're going to run into the exact same problem you did last year, where a standout season from a defensive player or a breakthrough season for a receiver doesn't really mean anything because your offensive line still isn't good. That's Benjamin's biggest problem with this team. And quite frankly, Bump, I think that's where a lot of fans are right now, where they go, you've added one guy, you added a swing tackle, that's what you added. Why do you think they haven't made, what are we looking at here?
No, I feel him 100%. I'm there when it comes to the offensive line, but everything else, there just needs to be more context to it. And a guy like Ben, I repeat, who has to look at all of these teams, isn't gonna dive deep into the Seahawks like that. It's very surface level type stuff, but you know what? It got clicks, it got us talking, so it worked for him.
Yeah, that's true. We did a whole segment on it. I mean, it is really interesting because there are pieces to his argument, like we've said over the last 10 minutes, that we don't disagree with.
Right.
Again, both of us wondering, like, okay, I get you missed out on Will Fries. Maybe you didn't want to pay big money to a guy you thought was not close to being as good as Will. But now what? Like, I guess I should have listened more carefully when John Schneider said they really like the group of guys they have, because that certainly feels like what they're turning to, minus additions in the draft.
That's the Seattle motto. We like our guys. We like our guys in all sports. Bring them back.
Get off my lawn, coming your way next.
Baseball is back. Julio Rodriguez and the 2025 Mariners are ready to play ball.
Gone! Julio! Home run!
Opening day is tomorrow.
It's a mentality. It's time to battle. It's time to fight.
Seattle Sports will be live from Soto all day, including Wyman and Bob at Victory Hall from 2 to 6 p.m. Seattle Sports, the home of the Mariners, and your exclusive home for opening day.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is for you too. Stubborn fat is really hard to get rid of, and then there's all those gimmicky lasers, fat freezing methods, and prescriptions. Imagine a simple solution that takes just one day and provides immediate noticeable results. Introducing ProSculpt. ProSculpt uses air-assisted technology that's safe and gentle yet powerful, delivering instant fat-reducing and skin-tightening results. Performed by board-certified plastic surgeons while fully awake, ProSculpt contours your body with minimal downtime. It's designed to target those problem areas: waistline, neck, face, arms, thighs. ProSculpt gently removes unwanted fat and tightens loose skin with FDA-cleared plasma technology, all in a simple, guaranteed one-day procedure. ProSculpt is one and done. Schedule your free consultation at proscope.com for $250 off. For powerful permanent fat removal and skin tightening that works for ladies and you men, it's proscope.com.
Discover LeMay, America's car museum in Tacoma. Explore 300 world-class cars, 100 years of history, and the Shinka exhibit with 50 iconic Japanese sports cars. Thrilling race simulators and fun for the whole family. Visit americascarmuseum.org.
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet, but we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found in G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just the bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them in the refrigerated section at Costco.
Safety comes first. When money is tight, don't neglect maintenance on your vehicle. Keep it safe. At Bucky's Complete Auto, we have you covered with available financing. For over 50 years, Bucky's Complete Auto has been servicing and repairing cars and trucks with modern-day technology and good old-fashioned customer service. There's a Bucky's just about everywhere for oil changes, wiper blades, brakes, tire rotation, tune-ups, and factory maintenance. No appointment necessary and financing's available. Check Bucky's.com for the location near you.
Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. The best place to watch all your favorite sports. Featuring wall-to-wall viewing screens, 6 windows, and 30 kiosks. Be there at emeraldqueen.com. Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest.
Need a new roof, a deck, siding, windows? Get up to $3,000 off any new installation. Hi, it's Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. Home projects can add up fast, but we're here to help you save big. Book now and lock in up to $3,000 off in savings. That's $3,000 off any new installation. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com to schedule your free estimate today. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
Paid political advertisement. Did you know insurance companies don't always pay what they should when your car is totaled? Too many Washington drivers are forced to accept lowball payouts or pay out of pocket for repairs their insurance should cover. But SB 5721 can change that. This bill holds insurers accountable, ensuring they provide fair vehicle valuations and cover the full cost of repairs. It also creates a simple, fast dispute resolution process so you don't have to fight alone. Stand up for fair coverage. Visit fairautoclaims.com to contact your lawmakers and tell them support Senate Bill 5721, sponsored by the Washington Independent Collision Repairers Association.
Baseball is back. Opening day is tomorrow. Seattle sports will be live from Sodo all day, including Wyman and Bob at Victory Hall from 2 to 6.
Window Nation customers have been singing our praises for years. With fast local service and an industry-leading 96% customer satisfaction rating, it's no wonder.
I researched window companies for the last year to see what the average prices were and the quality of work. Window Nation nailed both.
Get 2 windows free with every 2 you buy. Pay no interest for 2 full years. Hurry, this offer ends soon. Schedule a free estimate now. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com. That's 866-90NATION.
When buying a battery, most people don't know one brand from another. And brands don't start things, watts do. And who remembers that volts times amps equals watts anyway? At Pacific Power Batteries, you're buying a battery from someone who you can trust. Lately, we've been working hard on our product knowledge so that you don't have to remember all that you may have forgotten about Ohm's Law. Studying vendors' strong points helps us find a battery that's right for you. And at Pacific Power Batteries, that's not artificial intelligence. That's useful information.
What's up, everyone? It's me, the Mariners Gatorade Cooler, and I wouldn't trade my view from the dugout for anything. Watching Logan Gilbert mid-shutout, taking a breather right beside me, he is calm, collected, and fully locked in. Keep it coming, Walter.
Swing and a miss. Logan Gilbert, 6 straight strikeouts.
And Victor Robles running by me with the trident in hand. I'm getting chills just thinking about it. And that's not just because I'm filled with ice.
How about Victor Robles? It landed all the way to the second deck.
And when Cal walks it off, oh, you know what time it is.
A walk-off grand slam for Cal Rowling.
It's celebration time, and they never see me coming. Masters Baseball, Trident Sun.
Tomorrow is Mariners opening day at T-Mobile Park. Don't miss the special pregame ceremony starting at 6:30, featuring a ceremonial first pitch from Ichiro. Plus, check out everything on deck for the first homestand, like Randy Arozarena Crossed Arm Hoodie Night this Friday. Get your tickets today at mariners.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Talking opening day with ESPN's David Schoenfield coming up in less than 15 minutes. Before we get to it, we've all made our best guesses as to what Bump is going to be upset about today. It's the most fun segment that we do, not to gas you up, but it really is. It's called Get Off My Lawn, and Bump, in his old age, is realizing every single week 3 things that are really just grinding his gears, making him yell, "Get off my lawn!" Times are changing. What do you got for us today?
I'm a man. I'm 40.
Hey, I'm leaning into my old age too. Usually I keep my beard kind of lowered to hide the grays, but I'm just embracing the grays, man.
Yeah.
I'm embracing them. That's not a lawn deal, but
okay.
I just thought I'd say that.
I'm proud.
Thank you. All right, let's go. First one. I'll go with this one first. NCAA tournament is going down right now. It's going down. I've been having fun watching it. I love just being able to turn on the TV and there's games, right?
Mm-hmm.
What if I told you that during the football playoffs, you get to the conference championship round and you have teams making trades? How would you feel about that?
I would not like that.
It'd be kind of weird.
It'd be weird.
Kind of
It'd be
crazy,
really weird,
right?
really
You're
weird.
making trades.
Yes.
Why the heck is the transfer portal open and we are in the round of Sweet 16 in March Madness? This is crazy. You got to be able to, you want everyone's attention to be focused on the game. It's been open 1 or 2 days. Already 1,000 basketball players have jumped into the transfer portal. I'm all about the transfer portal. You go ahead, you do your thing, you find a spot that's good for you. I prefer you hang around for 2 years, but I'm not making any rules. But the fact that the transfer portal is open is weird to me. You got teams that are fighting for national championships. You have seniors playing their last games. You have all this stuff going down, and the transfer portal is wide open. It makes no sense to me. Everything should shut down or should be shut down until the champion is crowned. Then you get into the transfer portal. Same thing with football. We had things going down, and we're watching Notre Dame play. Who they lose to? Georgia? We're watching the Notre Dame game. We're watching the national championship, and the transfer portal is open. I think that another reason why you need more regulations when it comes to this thing, because it makes no sense to me in any other sport. And we got to treat this as a professional sport now, because that's what it is. Baseball, things are shut down. There's a deadline, a trade deadline. You have football, there's a trade deadline. Basketball, there is. But for some reason in college sports, they just can't get nothing right. Just shut it down. Just wait until Duke hoists a trophy up and Cooper Flag leaves for the NBA. Goodness gracious. Come on, man.
I think you mean Florida. I think you mean Alabama.
Or Bama. Whatever. Whoever you picked. I got Duke in one. I got Auburn in the other one. All right, man. That's my old man Dane transfer portal NIL type of stuff. Man, shut that thing down.
We got 2 more old man takes. What's next?
Yeah, got 2 more. All right.
I'm a man. I'm 40.
I drive to work every day.
Ooh, Matt. You might have called this one.
Matt, you got one, Matt, kind of. I drive to work every single day. And there's been construction going on East Lake for a while now. And I ain't mad. Do your thing. Like, you're digging up stuff. I saw them taking pipes out. Get the pipes right. Do what you got to do. Take your time. Make sure you get it right, because I don't want the people who live on East Lake to have to deal with this traffic for too much longer. You got businesses that are shut down, okay? Good. So now they moved on to another section of East Lake Boulevard. This is what I need to know. Why the heck didn't you cover up the pipe smooth? Like, why is it all bumpy and stuff? You took all that time to dig them up. Like, just lay it down nice and nice. Like, I'm riding around in my truck, my Silverado, and I'm bumping around and stuff, and I'm thinking, man, if Stacy was still driving that Chevy Cruze, it'd be a wrap for her in this whole thing. This is crazy. Take your time. Don't do the job right. I get it. Like, do the job right. You know, make sure everyone is safe. Don't rush anything. You have police officers standing out there doing nothing. I don't know why those guys are standing out there.
Directing traffic.
Like, hey, just waving and stuff. Like, come on, man. Smooth that thing out a little bit. You already know the streets is rough out here in Seattle. Now you made it even worse. So you might have fixed the problem, but now you create another problem because everybody's bumping around like we're at an old roller coaster at Magic Mountain. It's crazy. So come on, man. I appreciate the work is what you're doing. I think it is necessary in the city. Thank you for taking care of whatever problem that was going on over there. But can you just smooth it out one time for your boy?
I'm like, is there like a road smoother group that's separate from the construction group? Because to me, this is the same as if you were to say, okay, we're going to paint this room. We're professional painters. We're painting it. And then you didn't take any nails out. You didn't patch up any holes. You just went, there was a moth. You just painted right over it. The moth is there, like all covered in white now.
You ever paint something and then like there's like a piece of hair that's stuck in there?
Yeah, this is exactly what they did.
It looks weird. I'm like, come on, what's going on?
We didn't wipe the walls. We didn't do anything. We just, if you kind of squint your eyes and stand far enough back, it looks like a great room.
But just smooth it out.
I'm going to fall into a hole if I drive down this road.
Smooth it out. If it means you take another week, take another week.
Yeah.
And I don't even live out here. I'm in the country, right? I'm thinking about the restaurants and the people who live on this street. Smooth it out.
I like to think of you driving down the road, getting really angry as your car starts bouncing up and down, and then adding this to your iPad for get off my lawn. I've got to make sure that I call them out for this. What's last?
Last one.
I'm a man. I'm 40.
You know, some of the perks of my job is that I get like free stuff, you know? I get free tickets to games sometimes. In this situation, I get free gift cards to restaurants, and I love it. $100, $200, $50. I love it. I'm the gift card champion of the world, Craig, and I will use those gift cards. I went to a restaurant the other day, and the waitress got mad at me for using a gift card. She goes, how much is on the card? I go, I don't know. Scan it. See how much is on there. Well, I have to know how much is on the card. Why? I'm not going to tell you. I don't know. This card had like $200 on it the last time I was in. I probably spent about $50. I don't know. You go back there, and then she rolls her eyes. And she goes back to check it, goes, oh, there's $75 on here. I go, okay, well, the bill is this. Okay, I'm going to pay the difference. What you judging me for? And then she goes, well, you can't tip on the card. I wasn't going to tip on the card. I got cash for you, young lady. Got cash for you, all right? You got to do better. I still tipped her because I believe in it, and I know that their wages and all that stuff,
She rolled her
but
eyes.
she rolled her eyes, went to the
eyes.
back, came back and said, there's only $75 of this in the bill. Okay, I'll pay the difference. It's a gift card. Just use my fake money and pay for this dang meal, and I'll cover the rest. And she's lucky that my stepmom, Carmen Elmer's mom, was a waitress, and she, you know, and I have respect for them. It's a service job and all that stuff. But the way she rolled her eyes at me for using a gift card was ridiculous. Tell your restaurant, don't give out the gift
Was
cards.
she young?
She had to be like in her early 20s.
Okay, so it might have been that, like, in her mind, first of all, she's had, like, maybe horrible service where people used a gift card and they were like, I don't know what to tell you. But you cannot assume that every patron at the restaurant is going to do the exact same thing. You cannot
I'm saying.
treat a customer right away like, you're probably not going to pay this tab, right? That's wild.
Disrespectful.
Wow.
Disrespectful. But I still tip. You know, I know, young lady, maybe learn a lesson. I threw her a little attitude back. But, yeah, it was ridiculous.
The
Use my dang gift card.
The eye rolling is the most get off my lawn moment because I get really up in arms about etiquette and really up in arms about, like, impolite behavior.
Come on, man.
You know? Like, let's all be well-mannered, please.
Cool.
Rolling your eyes.
You can't tip on the gift card. Little girl. Little girl. I was going to tip you anyway.
Also,
I got cash in my pocket. Actually, you know what? Now it's going on the card. You was going to walk away with cash tonight. Now it's going on the card.
Now you're not. Man.
Man.
So the Mac and Jack's text line is telling you shouldn't have tipped. But
I know.
You got to tip.
Yeah, my stepmom was a waitress.
I've tipped spitefully before. I've never not tipped ever in my entire life, but I have tipped spitefully.
Yeah.
Where it's like, if it's great service and I was like, man, this waiter was like the most fun, great person to us, was so great. So I'll do 25, 30%. Like I'll get obscene with a tip. But that's when I reluctantly do 15. No. Spitefully.
I'm a great tipper too. She messed up.
Wow. Rolling your eyes at a customer is wild. I wonder if David Schoenfield's ever rolled his eyes at someone in a restaurant. I don't know. We'll ask him. He joins us next.
Baseball is back. Julio Rodriguez and the 2025 Mariners are ready to play ball.
Gone! Julio! Home run!
Opening day is tomorrow.
It's a mentality. It's time to battle. It's time to fight.
Seattle Sports will be live from Soto all day, including Wyman and Bob at Victory Hall from 2 to 6 p.m. Seattle Sports, the home of the Mariners, and your exclusive home for opening day.
Through March 31st, save double your sales tax from Lake Washington Windows and Doors. Plus, enjoy easy zero down, zero payments, and zero interest, same as cash 12-month financing. Visit LakeWashingtonWindows.com to save double today.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it. Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 to learn more. With AutoPay plus taxes and fees, plus $5 per line without AutoPay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Motorola Edge on us with 24 monthly bill credits and new line for well-qualified customers, plus tax and $35 per line connection charge. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
Taxes was taxing. Now taxes is relaxing when you file for free.
I can file for free? TurboTax Free Edition. Roughly 37% of filers qualify. Simple Form 1040 returns only. See if you qualify at turbotax.com/free. I can file for free.
Now this is taxes. File for free with TurboTax Free Edition and get your maximum refund. No schedules except for earned income tax credit, child tax credit, and student loan interest. See if you qualify at turbotax.com/free.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
The smart way to improve home comfort is a new heat pump. New heat pumps from Home Comfort Alliance provide efficient heating and cooling in one unit. Upgrade today and enjoy 18 months same as cash financing and up to 15% off through March. Visit homecomfortalliance.com.
William is one of millions of Americans who uses GoodRx to save on the cost of their prescriptions.
My oldest daughter, Camilla, 2 days old, she had to have open heart surgery. All of a sudden, she's on 5 different medications. It adds up at the end of the month. Me and the pharmacist got so tight. She said, GoodRx, save you a lot of money. Saving that extra $200-300 a month. We're able to do all these extra activities, so it puts less stress on our household and it puts less stress on our pockets.
Download the free app or visit GoodRx.com and start saving today. GoodRx user compensated for their time. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance.
Febreze. It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades. Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
You've heard the saying, you never get a second chance to make a first impression. Since 1926, my family's been helping local businesses make great first, second, and long-term impressions. We know how to make your company look good with quality uniforms, logoed apparel, floor mats, linens, and more. If you're paying for linen service or doing it yourself, let's have the conversation. The information and quote are free, but the savings and service can really add up. Visit suplinen.com. Superior Linen Service. It's what we do.
Hey guys, did you know that half of men over age 50 have erectile dysfunction on some level? Whether you have mild, moderate, or severe ED, West Coast Men's Health can help. We don't prescribe pills and hope they work. Instead, we treat the root cause of the problem with acoustic wave therapy, which breaks down plaque, unclogs arteries, and restores blood flow. We have treated thousands of men across our 11 locations nationwide and have established ourselves as a leader in the industry. So whether you have ED, Peyronie's disease, or suffer from chronic pain, such as neuropathy, carpal tunnel, or Dupuytren's contracture, West Coast Men's Health can help. No pills, no shots, no surgery, just results.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call West Coast Men's Health at 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Russell Wilson ended up finding a home before Aaron Rodgers, while Rodgers reportedly did visit with the Steelers for 6 hours earlier this week. From Adam Schefter, Russell Wilson signed yesterday on a one-year deal with the Giants. The Giants are sitting at pick number 3, have been widely expected to take a quarterback, which is why their earlier signing of a cheap veteran like Jameis Winston makes sense. Adding Russell Wilson to the room kind of muddies the waters, but certainly makes for an interesting year. Another big name in free agency finally signed elsewhere as well. Stephon Diggs will be Drake May's top target for the Patriots.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time. From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
this is Bump and Stacy
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now. Opening day is tomorrow. Joining us now on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline, it's ESPN's David Schoenfield. David, how's it going?
I'm good. I'm getting ready. Today, I hate today because there's no baseball.
I
right?
know.
Training. We're waiting for the regular season, so it's one of the worst days of the year, but tomorrow's one of the best.
It was truly painful for me to open up ESPN's schedule on the MLB page and just see Monday, Tuesday, blank. Thursday, and you're just, oh, God, reminding me there's absolutely nothing. But that's okay because we have a ton of storylines to talk about as we enter into opening day. I'm going to start with the news that the Mariners, I shouldn't say that the Mariners announced. It's not been announced, but that was reported by your colleague Jeff Passan yesterday, that obviously being Cal Raleigh's extension with the Mariners. Would you mind telling us, just from your perspective, what you think Cal means to this team and maybe how he ranks compared to some other top catchers around the league?
Yeah, I mean, not official, but we should hear that, maybe before first pitch tomorrow. Great deal for the Mariners, great deal for Cal. It's surprising only because you don't usually see these kinds of extensions, 3 years into a player's career. Usually you gotta get them early, like Mariners did it with Julio. Once in a while, you get these deals right when a player's heading into free agency, but even those are pretty rare. So I give both sides credit that they're able to get a deal done. Look, we know how important this guy is to the team. He power, platinum glove, leadership, workhorse. He doesn't get enough credit for that. This guy caught a lot of games last year, most innings in the majors. He's just a beast behind the plate, and it's obviously, him and Julio are the linchpins of the position player group. Great deal. And for catching, I mean, to me, he has an argument that he's the best catcher in baseball right now. It's not a loaded position. There's no Joe Mauer out there, no Buster Posey, to have a clear shot at number one. I think he's up there with his power and his defense. How many catchers are providing both of those these days?
Hey, David, after, I guess, being grateful that Cal is now a Mariner for a while, I thought about the rotation and pitching staff and thought about just, how relieved they were that this got done. What does this do for them going forward in the future?
Yeah, I mean, those relationships that have been developed over a couple of years, we know how important those are. He gets a lot of credit. His game calling is good. His pitch framing is good. He's got an above-average arm. Hey, there's a reason he won that platinum glove as the best overall defender in the American League last year. He does it all, and you don't get those kind of the pitch calling. It's hard to quantify. Only those who are charting all the pitches and the pitchers working with the catcher and that comfort level know how important that is, but it's another strength of his game. So, yeah, those pitchers got to be happy knowing they're going to be throwing at this guy.
Let's talk about the rest of that Mariners offense. I know that things kind of begin and end with conversations about Julio and what he can do this year, and that feels like a natural place to start, David, because it's completely fair. If Julio doesn't take off or put together a good season, it doesn't really matter what Mitch Garver could maybe contribute or even what Cal could contribute. What do you think Julio has as his ceiling? It's been one of my favorite questions to ask national experts because I think some people have changed their overall view, but there's still a lot of excitement around his potential.
Yeah, I mean, I would just like to see him to get back to what he did his rookie year. His numbers his sophomore year weren't quite as good as his rookie year. His numbers last year weren't quite as good as his sophomore year. We all saw what he did those last 6 weeks when Edgar came in, and we've seen those stretches where he's kind of unstoppable for 3-4 weeks at a time. He's just never been able to quite put that together for 6 months. So obviously, if he does it for 5 or 6 months, you're looking at an MVP candidate, a guy who maybe can push Aaron Judge and Bobby Witt for that honor, given his other all-around skills. Will he get there? I don't know. Look, we all know his main problem is that chase rate. He's got to lay off those breaking balls off the plate. Easy to say, hard to do. If that pitch recognition improves, we're going to see a guy that can hit 35 to 40 home runs, even in that park. He's got to put what's it called now? AT&T Park, T-Mobile. I forget.
One of the cell providers.
He's got to get that park out of his head because he really struggled there last year. His home road splits were terrible. So hopefully he can throw that out and hit well at home this year.
We know Service was let go of his duties last year to end the season. Dan Wilson comes in, and you can look at whatever numbers you want to kind of support that. Oh, Dan's going to change some things. But I tell some of my buddies, David, I'm like, man, the skip can only do so much. So what do you expect from Dan, and how do you think he changes what's going on over here in Seattle?
Yeah, I'm with you. I don't think anything that, happened last year was Scott Service's fault. But when you fall one game short the year before, one game short of the playoffs last year, it kind of makes sense to maybe change things up. Certainly, emotionally, they seem pretty similar. Who knows exactly what goes on behind the scenes. But I think a new look, a new view, a new mindset, all that made perfect sense. And, yeah, they played a little better under him down the stretch, Edgar as hitting coach, was that a real gain that the team made those last month and a half? Let's hope so, because if that's the case, that offense to go with this rotation, obviously that feels like a playoff team.
I think talking about, I know DePoto isn't necessarily the GM, but is essentially, he's president of baseball ops, so talking about him as the acting GM in this case. But I find conversations about him and the job he's done to be really fascinating. Ultimately, your team in Seattle has made it to the playoffs once in nearly a decade, but you've also constructed the best 1 through 5 that I've ever seen here in Seattle and have built up 2 great iterations of your farm system. It feels like for every pro point you can make, there's some kind of takeaway. What have you overall made of what he's done and kind of what he's done to lead to this group? Is there something you feel is left on the table?
It's a good question. We got to remember when he took over, the major league roster was bad. The farm system was probably the worst in baseball. You had a couple bad contracts. Like Felix was making a ton of money and it was, at the end of his career. So it was a really bad situation he inherited. So it took a few years, obviously, to build things back up. Now, I think rightfully he can be criticized for when you fall one game short, like they have the last 2 years. Some of that's going to fall on what moves did the GM not make. My feeling, you guys know, I've said this before, that's on ownership. If you spend an extra $20, $30 million, maybe you win one more game and make the playoffs. The one thing I wish DePoto, the one thing he hasn't done is sort of make that home run trade. Like even with Mitch Haniger getting released, and I know this was the second trade, but go back to that first trade. Well, who did they give up? Ketel Marte, who turned into, he's turned into one of the best players in baseball, an MVP top 5 guy. So even though Haniger had a lot of good years, look what they gave up. So he hasn't won one of those trades in a big way. That, maybe Randy Arozarena has a monster year and we're like, finally, that's a big win. Victor Robles, that maybe that turns into a big win if he does it over a full year. But that's been my one knock. He hasn't had that home run kind of trade.
David, we've asked several analysts this question. I'm going to send it your way as well. Who do you think, other than Julio, is the bounce-back player that needs to show up this year to kind of assist what's going on? We assume Julio's going to have a good year. I'm hoping Randy does, and Victor looks like he did during that stretch. But is there a name out there that you're looking at might be undercover or maybe just obvious that you think could be that guy?
Yeah, I think you'll agree it's got to be J.P. Crawford, right? And, he was terrific in 2023. We get it, the injuries last year, but, man, if he can hit like he did in 2023 when he had power, he was getting on base, that just adds an extra bat to the lineup. and maybe he even works his way back up to the leadoff spot, like where he hit in 2023. I'm sure he'll start, 8th or 9th this year, just based on what he failed to do last year. But yeah, JP that would really lengthen the lineup if he produces again.
Taking a look at the top 3 teams, I know there's no rankings, but we know the 3 teams we're talking about in the AL West. No offense to the Angels and A's. Maybe they surprise us all and prove me wrong, but I am going to ask David about, obviously, the Astros, Rangers, and the Mariners. Yep. Most rankings I see have them somewhat grouped together, including ESPN's, but with a healthy Rangers team kind of leading the pack. I still always got that kind of like, I've been burned too many times. The Astros are inevitable. But where do you kind of see the power ranking among these 3 teams, and what's going to be the key for all 3 in the West?
I know. That's kind of how I feel.
Yeah.
I'm kind of surprised at the support the Rangers are getting, and I know that's because a lot of the computer projections like them, but I kind of look at it as, well, they were really bad in 2022. They won the World Series when everything basically went right. Then they were bad again. So that's like, 2 out of 3 years they haven't been that good. I get it. If Jacob deGrom makes 30 starts and the offense bounces back, they might be there. Their bullpen, I don't know what they're getting out of the bullpen. But I'm with you on Houston because we can't overlook them. But then I'm kind of like, well, here's the common sense analysis that anybody can make. They lost a superstar in Kyle Tucker, and they lost a star/superstar in Alex Bregman. Like, that's hard to lose 2 players of that caliber and be as good. I know their pitching's good. They got a good closer in Josh Hader. I don't know. I have a lot of question marks. I don't know what they're doing. Jose Altuve in left field, I mean, he's looked terrible. They're promoting Cam Smith, who they acquired in the Tucker trade. He's going to be their opening day right fielder, which he was a third baseman in college, just drafted last year. He hasn't played above A-ball. Like, why are they rushing this guy? Though that, I think, could really backfire. So Astros, I'm a little confused what they're doing.
They're weird.
Right?
They are weird. I've been wondering, is Cam Smith, right? Like, I saw some Chicago fans being like, they're going to ruin his development. I don't know why they're doing this, because obviously part of that trade, but just weird.
Yeah, I mean, especially a young kid to learn a new position at the major league level. And he had a good spring. He tore up the minors, low, A-ball. Okay, we get it. We all know that jump from A to Double A, and he hasn't proven he can hit Double A pitching, let alone majors. And Altuve, I mean, I don't know, he's got the worst arm in baseball. You're moving him to the outfield. He hasn't ever played there, and he's not like that fast anymore. You look at his speed metrics. So
let's just hate on the Astros for 20 minutes.
Yeah, all right. I know, and they're gonna start out 20-2
right.
or something like
just
that.
Crush everyone.
They got really good pitching. Hunter Brown was one of the best pitchers in the second half last year. I just don't know. I don't know. So logically, it's got to be Seattle, right?
Of course.
Hey, Polanco making a move from second to third. How difficult is it? Is it difficult at all? Should we expect Polanco to play a bit better over there? What are your thoughts with that?
Yeah, I mean, these guys are major leaguers. A ground ball is kind of a ground ball. It makes sense. He clearly lacked the range you want from a second baseman, so moving him from second to third. I don't know how much he's played there. I think he might have played a little third back when he was with the Twins. I think he'll be fine. The big question for him is obviously the health. He hasn't really had a full healthy season in a few years, so we'll see if that maintains.
All right, my last question is stepping outside of Seattle and probably, frankly, stepping outside the AL West. I am just curious as to maybe a team or two, and it could be because of a particular player that you're personally excited to watch as the season finally gets underway in April.
Ooh, that's a good question. I mean, if we stick to the American League, I mean, this is the obvious answer, but I want to see if Aaron Judge and Bobby Witt can do what they did last year. I mean, Judge, arguably the greatest season ever by a right-handed hitter, and Bobby Witt, most years, he's going to easily win the MVP, 332, 30-something homers, bunch of doubles, 200 hits. He might. I mean, this guy, he's same age as Julio. He still might have room for improvement too. So I'm kind of curious to see if those guys can do what they can. Is that an easy answer? I mean, you got Ellie De La Cruz with the Reds. Like this guy can do it all. He's one of the most exciting players. Can he get better? Juan Soto with the Mets. Like, is that going to work out? And then look. The Dodgers, I know a lot of people hate the Dodgers, understandably so, the new evil empire. I just wonder, how good might this team be? Can they chase the Mariners' record of 116 wins? I mean, I wouldn't put that past them. That team is so talented.
I mean, I will say, David, you're speaking to the right audience. My co-host is an LA native, huge Dodgers fan.
Okay, there you go.
So
you're
in a safe space.
Are you calling it? You're going for the I mean, look, we know they have the talent. I don't know if they're going to push that hard. Like the Mariners, for you longtime Mariner fans out there, in 2001, they wanted it, and even though the record was by the Cubs, in 1906, 116 wins. That team pushed hard, didn't rest players, played everybody. The Dodgers, they're going to be more, they're going to rest guys. They're going to hold the pitchers back. So I don't think they're going to push for the record. But if you get to September and you're close, you might want that.
We're gonna cruise. We're just gonna cruise into the playoffs.
Yeah,
we're gonna cruise.
You'll accept maybe 105.
Yeah,
we'll settle for
that
it.
That would be my guess. And Mookie. Mookie's. I mean, what's Mookie gonna give you? He's lost 25 pounds, right, with this illness. What's going on there? But so I think the Mariners' record will be safe. 116 is going to last a long time.
He is ESPN's David Schoenfield, kind enough to join us for a preview here, really, of the season and, of course, of what the Mariners are going to do here. Again, opening day beginning tomorrow. Thanks so much, David.
Thanks, David.
All right, you bet. Anytime.
See ya. Let's get to 4 Down territory.
This is 4 Down territory, going inside the game with former Seahawks and Coug wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
First down, what former first-round pick is headed north of the border? What do you think it means for his career?
Get your passport. You're going to Canada. It looks like Trey Lance might be headed to the CFL. Trey Lance to the CFL.
Okay.
And listen, I was no first-round pick, undrafted free agent, but there's going to be a mental battle he's going to go through up there. I remember when I signed to the BC Lions, I'm leaving Virginia Mason Athletic Center. I'm crossing the border. I get to Surrey, is where they practiced back then. I'm not sure if they're still there. And it's just different. The facility is about as big as this building we're in right now, maybe even smaller. You don't have access to any cleats that you want, any gloves that you want. Everyone's on a budget. It was just different. Then you get to that situation and you ask yourself, how much do I love this game? Do I love it enough to really buy into this and try to get back to the league? And it's hard to get back to the league. There are a few who have done it. Jeff Garcia did it, won the Grey Cup in like 98 and then went to the NFL. Brandon Browner was signed by the Denver Broncos, then went to the CFL, bounced back. We know who that is. Ricky Williams did it. Ocho Cinco spent some time there, and Doug Flutie. This is just tough. It's tougher than what people think. It's like being designated to Tacoma, and you had a little taste of the league, and it's going to take everything in you to get back. So I'm interested. Is Trey Lance going to go down in history as one of the biggest busts in NFL history because of the way the Niners moved up to get him after only, 14 games in college, and now he's in the CFL. I wish him the best. I know the mental games that I went through going to the CFL. I could imagine what it's like for this young man, but at least his pockets are still fat.
In hindsight, the 49ers are so incredibly fortunate that Brock Purdy worked out for them, because if they didn't have him, they would lose Jimmy G to an injury. Trey Lance kind of starts and then gets injured as well, and then ends up being a massive bust. Like, think of how costly that would have been had Brock Purdy not worked out. And of course, look at the skill position players around him. Kyle Shanahan, right? Like, he worked out in part because of him and in part because of a great scheme. But
about to get $50 million too.
Dang, God. Second down. Why is the Stephon Diggs move great for New England?
It's great for New England because Drake May needs a number one receiver. I went back in the history of the New England Patriots receivers. When is the last time they had a 1,000-yard receiver?
2007.
No, I wouldn't have that.
Okay.
2019, Julian Edelman. But I went back more years than I thought I was going to have to go back. Jacoby Myers came close a couple of years. But you have a legit downfield threat now with Stephon Diggs. You have a guy that Drake May can kind of lean on. We talk about these young quarterbacks and them having their great years. why do they have their great years? A lot of things need to happen, right? O-line, offensive coordinator, but they're always connected to a star receiver. Look at any of these guys' careers, man. When they have their number one guy out there, someone that they can throw a risky pass to, they're more likely to shine. But I like this because New England hasn't had this type of receiver in a very long time. And even Julian Edelman isn't this type of receiver. He probably got 1,000 yards or like 150 catches. You know, it took that much for Julian Edelman. For a guy like Stephon Diggs, man, he can grab 65, 70 and be over 1,000 easily if he can stay healthy. I like the move because they haven't had a guy like this in a long time. I like the move because Drake May has his number one guy, and it allows Polk to develop. I read an article saying that management thought they put too much on Polk's plate that first year as a rookie and kind of slowed down his development. Now, he doesn't have to be the guy. Be that number two, learn from Stephon Diggs. Drake has his guy, get you 1,000 yards.
Third down. Who would you like to see get more playing time for the Seahawks in 2025?
So I started the Kenny McIntosh fan group. I started that. I was the president.
You put the flag down.
Put the flag down and said, Kenny needs to play. And finally, they listened to me, and we see what Kenny can do. I hope he gets some time this year. Now, Derek Young. I'm asking for Derek Young to get more time. It seems like Jake Bobo is ahead of him in this whole deal. Now you have MVS. You got obviously Cooper Kupp and JSN. But there's a reason why he's still on the roster. I'd be concerned if he was getting bounced back and forth from practice squad to active roster. But for the most part, he's been out there. Only played 27 snaps on offense during the regular season, 231 snaps on special teams. When I watch him in camp, he looks like he's ready to go. I don't know what the mental game is like. Maybe he's not picking up plays. I'm not sure. But I'm starting my campaign for Derek Young. He's been around for a while now, 3 seasons, I believe. And he's here for a reason. Let's see if he can kind of crack the code. And all I'm asking for, he had 27 snaps. Let's get this guy like 100 snaps. Get him 100 snaps and see what he can do, because he's bigger, faster, not bigger, but faster and stronger than Jake Bubble. But Jake has something on him. I hope he's learning from the guy in front.
Yeah.
And Derek Young, let's get it.
Fourth down. What unit do you need to have a great year?
So there's talks about the touchback rule getting moved to the 35-yard line. That's going to encourage more kick returns. And we haven't had an electric kick returner here in a long time, man. Leon Washington was a great one. You got Tyler Lockett, of course, Percy Harvin as well. This changes the game. So I'm looking at the kickoff team to shift field position, all right, for this offense that is going to be new. Sam Darnold, see what they do. And then the kick cover team, a team that gave up a touchdown last year. These are hitting yardages and a shifts field position. And then they just signed Steven Sims, I believe the young man's name is, out of the Texans, who's going to be their kick returner. They have their guy now. So with guys like Derek Young, Jake Bubble, all the 2s and 3s on those units, I just want to see this unit become one of the more explosive ones, because we're going to see more footballs in play when it comes to the kickoff game. So let's get it.
How much access is too much access for reporters during March Madness? A take that sparked a debate next.
Baseball is back. Julio Rodriguez and the 2025 Mariners are ready to play ball.
God, Julio, home run!
Opening day is tomorrow.
It's a mentality. It's time to battle. It's time to fight.
Seattle Sports will be live from SoDo all day, including Wyman and Bob at Victory Hall from 2 to 6 p.m. Seattle Sports, the home of the Mariners, and your exclusive home for opening day.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Is your concrete sinking? Whether it's your driveway, sidewalk, or patio, those uneven surfaces are not just ugly, they're dangerous. That's where Groundworks comes in. They use state-of-the-art concrete lifting solutions to prevent tripping hazards, and they're the best at what they do. Schedule your free inspection at groundworks.com/row. And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job. It's a good one.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Everyone wants to get the best deal they can when they buy a car. Well, what about when you want to sell your car? Of course, you want to get the most money possible, but how do you get the most you can without trying to sell it yourself? Well, that's where my friends at Wayscar Ford in Auburn step in. Not only will they buy your car today, but that's just the beginning. Once they resell your old car, they send you a check for 50% of the profit of the sale of your old car. They've already given back over $750,000 to customers. It's such a great offer, but how are they able to do it? Fair question. It's not a consignment because you get paid for your car right away. Wayscar Ford pays you right up front. They buy your car for fair market value. No more insurance, no maintenance, no more storage. Then they pay you half the profit when they resell your car. It's that easy. Get the most money possible for your old car at Wayscar Ford Isuzu in Auburn and let them do the work. WayscarFord.com.
Bracket busted?
Don't worry, Madness Maniacs, you still have a shot at winning. Head to seattlesports.com/win to fill out your 16-team bracket. It's not too late to join in on the fun. It's the Seattle Sports Bracket Bucks presented by Muckleshoot Casino Resort. And the winner of the 16-team competition will win a $500 Visa gift card. Register and find complete rules at seattlesports.com/win. Seattle Sports Bracket Bucks presented by Muckleshoot Casino.
Jason Rance here with our local tax expert and advocate, Greg Nunn from Nunn Better Tax Resolution. So, Greg, not all tax resolution companies are the same. There are some that are definitely not local. There are others that don't quite know what they're doing even.
Well, I tell you, these ads that all of us hear, Fresh Start program, they make you feel like, hey, man, I can just easy peasy get my taxes written off. No. And I've had several clients actually come to me after going through that process, and they just get no response after a while. They're passed around from person to person. That doesn't happen at my firm.
You are familiar with the cases that come in. You're working on them.
I'm familiar with every case that comes into our office, and I know what's going on and have the ability to really advise our taxpayers very well on what to do.
If you're having trouble with the IRS, then call Greg Nunn. Nunn Better Tax Resolution, from stress to success with IRS Solutions. 425-947-1967 or Google NUNN. Nunn Better Tax Resolution.
This is Chris Davis with the Davis Law Group. Did you know that a pedestrian does not have to be crossing the street on a marked crosswalk to have a successful legal claim against the driver? Pedestrians can even be partially at fault for a collision and still have a valuable claim. Call us today for a free consultation or get my free book on pedestrian accident law at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com. That's Davis Law Group, better service and even better results.
The John Schneider Show.
Every Thursday until draft day on Wyman and Bob.
Listen live Thursdays at 4 p.m. or watch the interviews on the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
Bob Stelton here for Asset Roofing, and they have got the perfect slogan. You're either hiring a liability or you're hiring an asset, and I witnessed this firsthand when I met Anthony, the owner, and again when I had him do work on my roof. Now this spring, replace your aging roof with Asset Roofing, because you're either hiring a liability or you're hiring an asset. Check them out at AssetRoofingCo.com. That's AssetRoofingCo.com.
Certified work that's never in doubt. Asset Roofing, excellence is on the house.
We've all been there. Sleepless nights, mind racing, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Video security, burglar alarms, fire alarms, access control, 24/7 monitoring, and more. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy, knowing we're here for you, your people, and your business. Visit bayalarm.com to talk to a local security expert. Bay Alarm, we got you.
This might be the most surprising statistic I've shared in decades of doing local news. More than 75% of commuters will be involved in a car accident at some point. JP Pendergast of Pendergast Law with more.
What makes it more surprising? The average person will be involved in 3 to 4 collisions in their lifetime.
With accidents unbelievably prevalent, what are some safety tips if it happens to you?
Safety first. Secondary collisions are not uncommon while awaiting help. Turn on those hazards and remain in a safe place. If a bystander witnessed the accident, capture their information and encourage them to remain at the scene. Seek medical attention immediately if needed, as delaying can be a costly mistake. Lastly, remember that statements made to police and insurance adjusters can affect your case.
Collisions are more common than we'd like to think. If you find yourself in one, follow these helpful tips and then call my friends at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one's injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
PendergastLaw.com.
This is The Timeline
with Bump and Stacy.
Brought to you by 1-800-DUI-AWAY.
How much access is too much access for reporters after a sporting event? Maybe before, and in this case, after a big sporting event, like a March Madness game. It's a take that sparked a debate, and it is leading off our timeline. In the wake of UConn's Dan Hurley getting filmed in the tunnel, trashing officiating in their loss to Florida, ESPN analyst and former head coach Seth Greenberg says tunnel access should be off limits to media.
I really do believe that the media or people with cell phones should not have the ability to videotape coaches coming in and out of that tunnel and teams coming in and out of that tunnel, because that is a sacred place. You want to interview them in the locker room when the doors are open? Great. You want to interview them on the podium after the game? Great. But you know what? Cameras and cell phones and media members and gurus and everyone else, no. That when you step on the court, everything's fair game. All that other stuff, off limits.
What do you think of Seth's take?
He's for real. That's a great take, because that transition from the court of the field through the tunnel to the locker room, emotions are crazy. Now, they can be great. You won a championship, you moved on to the next round or something like that, okay. But when you're on the losing side of things, you might say and do some things that you've been holding on to the whole game. Like, I've been a part of some crazy stuff going down in the tunnel, us losing a game, me crashing out or something, because it's a release. And if you've never played at a high level, I don't think you understand like what goes through your body and your mental as soon as you hit that tunnel. Something happens to you, and you just let everything all out. I remember seeing Joel Embiid crying in the tunnel. Like, you know what? You want to see that man crying like that in the tunnel. Like, he should be able to make that transition, because it's almost like all you need is like 2 to 3 minutes, and then you're back to your normal self, and your mind is right.
It's the first private space
and you're processing. You give the body and the mind time to process exactly what happened. I'm with this 100%. We don't need to see the tunnel. Now, if you won, okay, winning team, go ahead. You know, yeah, they're going to be celebrating and stuff. But if you just lost, and that's why Dan Hurley, when they were talking about him, he's going through the tunnel and he's yelling at Baylor saying, "We got freaking screwed. I hope they don't do that to you, Baylor." And Dan Hurley is the most emotional coach in all of basketball right now. So then he gets to the podium and he's composed again. He's calm. He's thinking about his seniors. He's crying. So, yeah, I'm with Greenberg.
I'm on the fence, which is a boring sports take, but I'll explain why I'm like not necessarily mad at not being able to film in the tunnel, but why in general I think it's like, but media access in sports is not typically hurting anyone, and it's all about how we talk about it. So first of all, I've never covered March Madness, but I'll add context for like what we mean when we say the tunnel in terms of a Seahawks game. So when a Seahawks game is over, there's the initial tunnel that players, like I'm talking about the immediate tunnel, players walk into the tunnel and walk to their locker room. There may be media waiting there to go onto the field. There might be, like a TV station that has a setup or something, but typically reporters are not there. And if you are, you're kind of, you're waiting to go film something. Like, it's not really an area where I think players are under the assumption they're immediately being recorded. About halfway down that tunnel is the locker room. And if you walk further than the locker room, the tunnel continues, but that's where reporters typically are. So if you see that, a player is out on that side, like he's already past the locker room. And that's where reporters are just waiting, and where I think it's like fair game. You're a reporter. You're there to cover.
That's not what he's referring to, though.
No, he's referring to the example of that early part of the tunnel where it's the first private space that a coach or an athlete or anything. It's like leaving a party and you walk into the bathroom, and it's the first private space that you're in where you just, oh my God, this is annoying. Like it's that immediate release. That area, sure, fair. I get it. As a larger issue, because I'm not interested in that kind of coverage in general. As a larger issue, though, I'm not typically in favor of pushing back on media, pushing back on access, because it's like, well, that's kind of part of the game. So people it is like people. What do we talk about? What are our jobs? Our jobs are talking.
It's collectively bargained in all the professional sports.
Well, and our jobs are talking in part about things that happen off the court, and it's what you make of it. Like, people can complain about, well, the media want to stir stuff up. Do they? I mean, you might be saying, yes, Stacy, you idiot, but I never in my entire career as a journalist wanted to intentionally hurt someone or do something. You just want to be able to say, what's the cool story here? What's the interesting story here? What's happening here? Help me understand, why did you do this? Or what's your friendship or relationship with this person like? Like, everyone cares about athletes, and that care doesn't stop when they leave the field. They want to know, like, okay, but what was the vibe like in that locker room when they won the Super Bowl?
See, that's different, because there's a moment where the locker room closes and the media's not allowed in there.
Sure, and I can accept that.
And then you get access. What I'm saying is that when emotions are high, people are volatile, And they're likely to do some things that they wouldn't do if they're in a situation where they know things are going to be recorded and monitored and watched. Like, have the average person crash out at work. They don't want anybody with a camera looking at them.
No.
Something just happened. They're walking to the bathroom and someone's in their face like, did you get that report
But what
done?
if the nature of your
And then
job
it's
is
all good.
public?
It is public. All right, that's fine. I'm just saying that sometimes media thinks that access is something that they deserve and that it's there's no privacy at sometimes. I'm saying just protect the person at times. Just like at work sometimes when something goes wrong, there's an HR department. You can go upstairs, you close the door, you're good to go. And if anything were to happen between us right here and we're going upstairs, like no one's following somebody and saying, oh, Stacy, what happened on the show? Are you on bum good? I understand where you're coming from. And the stories are great because people want to talk about the stories. I'm just saying you can be in the tunnel, but like give them some space sometimes. Like this dude just lost. He's a senior at March Madness and just lost a game. Just put the camera down. You can be there to report on it afterwards, I think. But walking around with a camera and like documenting that transition as an athlete, as a guy who's been through this, it's like, give me like 2 minutes.
I'm telling you, 90% of reporters do observe typical human decency of like, this person is not in a place where they want to be spoken to right now, and I'm not going to do that. Like, this was probably a young person just filming with his phone or whatever. But in general, think of the flip side. Maybe there's a senior who never thought that he'd ever be here before, and he's walking off and he steps into the tunnel and he takes a knee and he starts crying and he prays. You're telling me that doesn't resonate with some
I'm saying it does. I'm just saying get the cameras out of his face. Like give it a moment. I think people should know or should feel when something should be documented publicly.
Yes.
Like,
fair.
I just used Joel Embiid, for example. Like him crying and walking off the court. And the camera's like 2 feet away from him, following him. Like, give him the decency as a human being. I get that athletes, what they do is public, but sometimes people forget, like, these are humans who are feeling some stuff. Yeah. And maybe I don't want to be documented crying, walking through the dang tunnel. Like, you can see me because it is public or whatnot. I just think that some privacy at some times, or so just better judgment on what to document and what to not document.
And there is privacy. I'm surprised that there was recording in this tunnel. I've only ever been an NFL reporter, but like the locker room does not open until players and coaches, like reporters are not in there to see post-game speeches. When they immediately walk through the tunnel, reporters are not there. When they go to the locker room, they don't open the locker room for like 20 minutes. Like there is a cooling off period or maybe a celebratory period where reporters are not permitted to be in there. So there is a point of privacy in a time when some guys, maybe they don't want to be spoken to at all. They had a horrible game. They want to get out of there. They can leave before reporters even step in. But
yeah, that's fine.
I think in general, like there is an aspect to the job that's just, well, that's what it is. And I feel like there's a lot of pushback against, well, what do reporters need to know this for? Because you want to know it.
Yeah, we're just vessels for information.
No, seriously.
We're not the story. We're the conduit for the story.
I want to know if, I don't know, if someone has an amazing game, I want to know like maybe how he's feeling or what happened. If someone made a really weird decision in a game or maybe started yelling at a teammate, I naturally, just like everyone else watching, and you can be hypocritical and say you don't, everyone wants to know, why'd you do that? What happened? What'd he say?
Well, and the original clip in question is the clip of Dan Hurley complaining about the officiating being like, we got bleeped over, and he's saying that to the team that's coming onto the court that's going to play their next game. I don't think anybody thinks any less of Dan Hurley for that. I think the biggest issue of this was UConn's response to it, where their SID threatened the local TV reporter in Charlotte, North Carolina, who's probably not ever going to cover a UConn game unless they're playing like Duke or UNC in that area. Like, what are you threatened to ruin his career? Like, what over this? What are you going to do as an SID to ruin a TV reporter's career? Withhold transcript, like text, like that's all you can do in this instance. Like,
well, that's a different conversation. We're talking about
general access,
just access. Like, my opinion, use your better judgment. And if a guy is going through some stuff,
sure,
and you are so eager to get a story out of that, now I'm judging you as a person. Like, let him have his dang moment. That's all I'm saying. Access for sure, but these are people.
Yes,
these aren't just robots who play a game. And it's the fact that some reporters are just looking for that hot take, for that headline, for that video to make them blow up. Just the they're not genuine in their reporting sometimes.
No, and I don't disagree with you, but I think that the majority are. And I'm making it personal too because I see a lot of hate for reporters, and I'm like, the vast majority of beat reporters see these guys multiple times a week. Like, they know these guys. They are not in there as
take care of them.
You know what I mean? I'm saying that most of them do. I feel like people try to villainize reporters and see them as like wanting bad things to happen. And
I'm not saying.
You know how many fights I've seen or arguments I've seen I've never reported on?
I'm not saying that most of them do. I'm saying for those few, these are people. Let them have his dang moment. That's all I'm saying. I've made that walk before. I fumbled. I have fumbled in an NFL game.
Yeah.
And walking through that tunnel, I don't want nobody in my face. Like, just let me be for a little bit. Let me chill. We can talk about it afterwards. I will give you a full quote or whatever you want after the fact. Just give me a minute.
A fair point. An absolutely fair point. And also the only former athlete on the show that has that experience, right? So, like, completely valid. I don't know. I'm curious to see what happens here moving forward for future tournaments.
Nothing's going to change.
Well, they might limit access a little bit.
I think they should be there. They should be there. But
have better judgment.
Yeah.
Okay. Maybe there needs to be seminars for people.
Maybe.
Where athletes go there and they say, hey, I'm telling you from the point of view of an athlete or coach, this is what it's like. Be aware of that. All right, moving on. An interesting name mocked to the Seahawks. Not a tight end. Yesterday we talked about Daniel Jeremiah's, but I got another one for you that's coming your way next.
Seattle Sports, your home for Brock and Salk. Weekdays 6 to 10.
There is no offensive problem in Seattle when Julio is hot. None. All of the offensive problems that the Mariners have had in the last couple of years disappear when Julio's hot.
Yeah, you can put all that pressure on Julio, and it's all about Julio. And if Julio goes, everybody else goes. But we also know every rotation that comes in says, don't let that guy get going. So we will not give him much to hit.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Are you looking at diversification and stability with your investment portfolio, especially with the volatility right now in the stock market? Hi, I'm Scott Riereka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital based in Bellevue. We've been running local real estate investment funds for over 18 years. We've had 0 investor losses and have averaged double-digit returns since inception. Maybe it's time to take a little risk off the table given market conditions. For stability, there's no better option than Legacy Group's Northwest Fund, a fixed return of 9%. Legacy's Northwest Fund also accepts IRA accounts as well. Find out why over 1,000 local investors have invested over $250 million in our Legacy family of funds. Get in touch with us today. Legacy's Northwest Fund returning 9% has limited opening for new investors right now.
Call 425-635-4700 or visit LegacyG.com. That's LegacyG.com. This is not investment advice. Legacy investments available to accredited investors only. Details at LegacyG.com.
Millions of Americans take medicine like Ozempic and Zepbound. Many of them are overpaying by thousands of dollars a year. These GLP-1 medications for diabetes, weight loss, and more may not always be covered by your insurance, but GoodRx can help. GoodRx helps you save every month on prescriptions at over 70,000 pharmacies nationwide. Best of all, it's free to use. Check GoodRx to save on GLP-1s. Just go to GoodRx.com/GLP. That's GoodRx.com/GLP. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance, including Medicare and other federal and state-funded programs.
We were the Humane Society of the United States. 70 years of fighting for animals. Today, we are called Humane World for Animals, a name that reflects our unstoppable commitment to end animal cruelty globally. Humane World for Animals, the end of animal cruelty.
Window Nation customers have been singing our praises for years. With fast, local service and an industry-leading 96% customer satisfaction rating, it's no wonder.
I researched window companies for the last year to see what the average prices were and the quality of work. Window Nation nailed both.
Get 2 windows free with every 2 you buy. Pay no interest for 2 full years. Hurry, this offer ends soon. Schedule a free estimate now. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. That's 866-90-NATION.
Need a new roof but not in the budget? A new roof doesn't have to break the bank. Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors here. Right now, State Roofing and Exteriors is offering 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months. That's 2 years with no payments while getting the protection your home deserves. But this offer won't last forever. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to get on our summer schedule now. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
Paid political advertisement. Did you know insurance companies don't always pay what they should when your car is totaled? Too many Washington drivers are forced to accept lowball payouts or pay out of pocket for repairs their insurance should cover. But SB 5721 can change that. This bill holds insurers accountable, ensuring they provide fair vehicle valuations and cover the full cost of repairs. It also creates a simple, fast dispute resolution process so you don't have to fight alone. Stand up for fair coverage. Visit fairautoclaims.com to contact your lawmakers and tell them support Senate Bill 5721, sponsored by the Washington Independent Collision Repairers Association.
Subscribe to the Seattle Sports YouTube page to find new and exclusive content from your favorite shows and personalities daily. Just head to YouTube, search Seattle Sports, and click subscribe.
Washington State ranks number 5 in the country for auto theft. The most high-risk vehicles are Kia, Hyundai, Ford F-150, F-250, and F-350. Help keep your car safe with these simple and important tips. Don't leave your car running unattended. Park in well-lit areas. Lock up every time. Keep valuables out of sight. Use an anti-theft device like a steering wheel lock. Share this information with friends and family. Prevent the theft and keep you and your vehicle safe. These tips brought to you by the Washington Auto Theft Prevention Authority.
You've heard the saying, you never get a second chance to make a first impression. Since 1926, my family's been helping local businesses make great first, second, and long-term impressions. We know how to make your company look good with quality uniforms, logoed apparel, floor mats, linens, and more. If you're paying for linen service or doing it yourself, let's have the conversation. The information and quote are free, but the savings and service can really add up. Visit suplinen.com. Superior Linen Service. It's what we do.
I've always said, the car sales in the 1980s and 1990s, earned the rep that we have today. The concerns that consumers have because of what has happened in our industry in the past, they're warranted. It's our job to show them that that's not how business is done anymore, right? It's very different business. It's much more transparent. There's much more information that's available to people. And we're much more customer focused than I think the car industry was, 20, 30 years ago. I'm more focused on providing good customer service and relationships because I think if you take care of people, money will always come. So I think just the philosophy and the focus for us has changed, where I was constantly chasing a paycheck and now I'm just constantly trying to take care of customers and employees because I know if I do that, then my paycheck will take care of itself.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Okay, we are going to get back to baseball in less than 15 minutes, about 12 minutes from now. Yahoo Sports' Jordan Shusterman, one of our faves, is going to join us to talk about Cal Raleigh, a more in-depth preview for the Mariners season. And then, like David, we'll kind of look around the rest of the league, rest of the AOS, see what's happening. Before we bring Jordan on, I have another mock. This is mock season bump. So the other day we talked about Daniel Jeremiah mocking a Colston Loveland out of Michigan, a tight end, to Seattle at number 18. I have yet another receiving weapon, Matthew Golden. I don't know that he's going to last to 18. He's kind of been climbing up the board, but another mock has Matthew Golden to the Seahawks at 18 overall. I introduced this not just to get your insight as a former receiver on Matthew Golden, but also, this is now back-to-back mocks we've seen on back-to-back days where the Seahawks are looking at skill position players, adding to that arsenal for Darnold as opposed to adding to the trenches.
Yeah.
I don't know how fans are going to feel about that.
Yeah, because it's a glaring need. It's something that we talk about and we'll talk about almost every day on this show until they do something. We're tracking rumors of them being connected to Wyatt, what's his name? I forgot his name from the Cleveland Browns. Wyatt Teller. A couple weeks ago it was Jenkins. This is a big deal for Seattle because I think people feel like if you were to get a good offensive line, you have a chance. But you also just can't ignore just pure talent. And I think that's what the 18 spot does is that it opens up a lot of possibilities. If you are a team in the top 5 picks, you're probably looking for a quarterback, and it's not a great quarterback draft this year. After that, it's kind of like, okay, who's going to be the best guy out there? And if Matthew Golden is available, you have to take a look at this young man. So it'll be interesting. We talked tight ends yesterday, and we're talking wide receivers today, and then I think we touch on Brooks a little bit from Bama.
Yeah.
But if you can get weapons for your quarterback, you feel good about your chances of having success. if they were to go with a non-lineman at this spot at 18, what is it telling us? That they like their guys and they think that they can pull them a veteran through free agency. It's not something that people want to see or hear, but it's a real possibility that they don't go with interior lineman at this spot.
I mean, bluntly, it feels like more of the same. John Schneider, clearly not every single receiver he's drafted has been great, but he's gotten a lot of praise for, Tyler Lockett, DK Metcalf, finding some great weapons. For those picks, there's also Amara Darboh in the third round, like guys that didn't work out. Paul Richardson had a year. I know he wasn't drafted to be like your number one guy, but and then you could look and go, well, counterpoint, undrafted, Doug Baldwin. Right. I think John Schneider has a pretty good track record with those skill position guys and with adding some of those weapons. But it feels like more of the same in that. How do you make the most of them when you can't help the trenches? And then I get this circular logic of like, well, if you don't love the guy you're taking at guard at 18, why take him at all? But I don't know, because I'm desperate. Because I'm desperate for this interior offensive line to get better.
It's almost like people want them to force it. And if they were to force it and it doesn't pop off, you don't have success, now they're tied to that pick. Now they're tied to the 18 pick that they got an interior lineman for. Maybe a guy that they didn't like, but they picked for need. It's like forcing relationships. Sometimes you just don't force it. You're not clicking. The connection ain't there. We're just going to move on and do our own thing. That's what I feel like could happen at that 18 spot. But going off of everything that they say, they're not going to try to force this thing. They're going to try to go for the best available guy. But when there's a glaring need, and you feel like that you have swung and missed constantly at that spot, I think people are just interested in you doing what they want you to do, which is get that O-line. You can't run without the O-line. You can't protect the quarterback without the O-line. I get that, but I'm also not into them making moves just to make them. It has to make sense to them. And I'd feel a lot better, though, if they had a veteran already. If they wouldn't grab a vet.
You know what continues to be really interesting about the Seahawks at 18 as well? If I were in Nashville covering the Titans with the number one pick, every single mock would have Cam Ward. You'd have once in a while, like you'd be talking about, right, if we're thinking about it from a sports radio perspective, we'd be like, oh, let's have a segment where we talk about what you could get in a trade. But otherwise, you know exactly what you need to do at number one overall. In fact, with 4 Down Territory yesterday, you were like, this is the most obvious decision. What are you doing? The Seahawks have had, I feel like every mock draft I see, a different position, a different player. I don't know that there's a single move that would shock me at this point, nor is there a single move I would think is absolutely awful, barring a kicker.
18, at that 18 spot, I don't think there really is a bad pick because as you and I have spoken to many people who cover the draft and are into this thing like that way deeper than we are.
Yeah.
They say after 12 or 13, 14, it's all the same. All these players are the same until you get like to the 6th or 7th round, right? Obviously, there's some difference there, but they're all the same. So it's about what you think can push this team forward at that spot. But if there's no veteran on this team, if you don't sign a veteran, people are going to be grumpy. We're going to watch the pick on the draft or on TV, and we're going to see a tight end go, a receiver go, a linebacker go, and they're going to pan to the Seahawks fans, and they're going to be going nuts. They're going to be saying, what is going on? Because the logical pick is to get an offensive lineman. But is he worth it at 18? Is there somebody better at 18? And I think that if Matthew Golden is there, if Loveland is there, if Warren is there, heck yeah, go ahead and get that kid because he's the best available option, and that will help your team regardless. Will it help your team in a place where the public wants to? No. You got to do some other things for that, but it helps your team.
Yeah. This Mariners team will go as far as Julio goes in 2025, so how far could Julio go? Let's preview the season with Yahoo Sports' Jordan Shusterman. He joins us next.
Baseball is back. Julio Rodriguez and the 2025 Mariners are ready to play ball.
Gone! Julio! Home run!
Opening day is tomorrow.
It's a mentality. It's time to battle. It's time to fight.
Seattle Sports will be live from Soto all day, including Wyman and Bob at Victory Hall from 2 to 6 p.m. Seattle Sports, the home of the Mariners, and your exclusive home for opening day.
Bracket busted?
Don't worry, Madness Maniacs, you still have a shot at winning. Head to seattlesports.com/win to fill out your 16-team bracket. It's not too late to join in on the fun. It's the Seattle Sports Bracket Bucks presented by Muckleshoot Casino Resort. And the winner of the 16-team competition will win a $500 Visa gift card. Register and find complete rules at seattlesports.com/win. Seattle Sports Bracket Bucks presented by Muckleshoot Casino.
Getting a new battery should be easy. At Pacific Power Batteries, you won't go in with a battery problem and come out with a new transmission. Instead, we can test your battery to see if it's actually the problem. Maybe it's the alternator. We don't sell alternators, so we have no motivation to sell you one or even a new transmission. We have load testers and conductance testers, hydrometers and voltmeters whenever needed. I'm Steve Almond, and I invite you to our family-owned Pacific Power Batteries. You can trust us with any battery problem, and we'll top off the blinker fluid for free.
Looking for a smart way to improve your home comfort without breaking the bank? 2 words, heat pump. John Curley here. Upgrade to Home Comfort Alliance Heat Pump and get efficient heating in the winter and cooling in the summer in one unit. Heat pumps use less energy and are environmentally friendly. Plus, enjoy 18 months, same as cash financing, and up to 15% off all heat pumps and air conditioning systems through March. Home Comfort Alliance for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. Visit homecomfortalliance.com.
Ladies, and you guys too, have you noticed visible signs of aging, those deep wrinkles, fine lines, and facial creases stealing your youthful glow? Sagging skin, crow's feet, and loss of facial contour are all natural effects of aging, but you no longer have to let them define your appearance. Introducing the New Skin Lift, the groundbreaking facelift led by Dr. Brian Scott. The advanced New Skin Lift addresses key signs of facial aging for women and men, restoring natural youthful contours. Whether it's replenishing volume lost over time or lifting the skin to smooth out those creases, the New Skin Lift can help you look 10 to 20 years younger with both surgical and non-surgical options. It's Hollywood's best-kept secret and now available to you. Get a free consultation and save $250 off your New Skin facelift. Schedule at newskinlift.com or 206-222-1225. Look 10 to 20 years younger and restore your youthful appearance with the New Skin facelift. newskinlift.com.
This is Matt Coker from West Coast Men's Health. Has Viagra stopped working for you? Do you hate the side effects? If you've taken Viagra for any length of time, you already know that pills are not the solution to ED. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we have a better approach to ED. Acoustic wave therapy creates blood flow circulation by safely removing the plaque in your arteries and restoring function naturally. No pills, no shots, no surgery. We can also treat Peyronie's disease. Our non-invasive treatment for ED is painless and highly effective. We have treated thousands of men just like you. Stop living with this problem and do something about it. Do yourself a favor, do your partner a favor, and call us today.
Call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com. HSA cards welcome and financing available.
Over the past decade, Washington state politicians have doubled state spending with no improvements to the issues we care about. Instead, we now have the third highest cost of living in the nation and a $12 billion deficit. It's time to tell legislators we need better results, not bigger taxes. Act now at affordablewashington.org. Paid for by people for an affordable Washington and Olympia, Washington. Top 5 donors are Washington Alliance for Competitive Economy, Microsoft, Madrona, T-Mobile, and Alaska Air.
Do you want to lose weight fast and keep it off? I'm Dr. Ryan Coogan with Eastside Weight Loss Clinic, and I have a plan that has helped over 4,000 people in the Seattle-Tacoma area lose up to a pound per day. No surgery, no exercise, no box package food, and no drugs or injections with potential side effects. We have a team of health coaches that can support you every step of the way. Schedule your free 15-minute, no-pressure phone consultation online at eastsideweightlossclinic.com and also see our incredible before and after transformations.
Well, and I'm one of those 4,000 people. I'm incredibly proud of my transformation. It started with just a 15-minute phone call where I learned how easy the program was and decided that it was right for me. I encourage you to make that phone call for yourself. It's only 15 minutes, and it can have a lasting impact.
Let our proven system help you lose 20 to 30 pounds or more in just 60 days. You can start our program in person at our Kirkland office or virtually from anywhere you live. Schedule your free phone consultation online at eastsideweightlossclinic.com. That's eastsideweightlossclinic.com.
Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
Let's go!
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Russell Wilson found a home before Aaron Rodgers. Now, Rodgers reportedly visited with the Steelers for 6 hours earlier this week. That from ESPN's Adam Schefter. Russell Wilson yesterday, though, signed a one-year deal with the Giants. Giants sitting on one of the top picks in the draft, expected to be eyeing a quarterback. An earlier signing of a cheap veteran like Jameis Winston did make sense. Adding Russell Wilson makes for an interesting quarterback room, though.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time. From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
this is Bump and Stacy
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now. We are 24 hours? A little over 24 hours away from opening
30,
day for the
31,
Mariners.
32.
I couldn't do that math this quickly. Thank you, Bob. Yahoo Sports, Jordan Shusterman joining us on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline. Jordan, how's it going?
Thank you so much for having me, guys. Yeah, this baseball thing's going to get started. How about that?
Quickly underway here. We already have a big name to talk about. Now, even without reports of a contract extension, we'd be psyched to see Cal Raleigh out there, right? A rock for this team, a fan favorite. He hits bombs, Jordan. But now we know that he could be hitting bombs with this team for the life of a 6-year extension. Your first reaction to, again, I just have to say reports. Obviously, the team hasn't confirmed, but reports that the Mariners extended Cal.
Yeah, I mean, you see the team tweeting out some emojis and some pictures. Yeah, I think we'll be getting that announcement at some point here soon. But I mean, it's a hell of an achievement for the organization, for the player. I think what makes Cal such an obvious candidate for this to build around is the fact that he just impacts the team in so many ways. I've said many times, I've probably said on this show talking about Cal before, how important it is to have your franchise catcher, and Cal certainly became that a couple of years ago. The fact that he had that breakout season, that singular moment, the home run to send him to the playoffs, and he somehow just keeps getting better, keeps becoming even more important over the, for this franchise. And the reason I say touch all these different parts of the team, when you're building your entire team or so much is about the pitching staff, the catcher is a huge part of that equation. And I have to imagine that's a big part of why they wanted to have him in place, not to mention the fact that he's a historically productive power hitter at the catching position.
Jordan, Cal played a lot of games last year, man, and I worry about his body. Obviously, we watch more Mariners game than anybody. I don't know how many times I saw a ball just ricochet off his thigh. He takes 5 seconds and he's back in there. Do you think now they protect their investment a bit more and let him rest a bit, even though we know he wants to be out there every single day? What will your approach be? What do you think they're going to do?
Yeah, that is an interesting dynamic that I have to imagine kind of pulls in both directions, right? We always hear about how Cal wants to play through everything. The other way to think about it is he's like, you know what? I got security. I just got a $100 million contract. Like, I know where I'm going to be. I'm not necessarily, not that he's not motivated to play or that he doesn't want to play or anything, but in the same things with pitchers or maybe looking for kind of security with their contract situations more than position players, catchers, you just never know. And I think that's another part of it. Because of the beating that they take. It will be an interesting thing. Obviously, a lot of that also has to do with just how the roster revolves around him. But I also know that at this stage, he's still in his prime. He's going to want to be catching 120 games a year without a doubt. Maybe, once he gets into his 30s, you start seeing him DH some more. But at this point, I still expect him to be out there a lot, which I can totally understand being a little bit concerned about how he can handle that. But so far, he does it basically as good as anybody.
As part of his season preview, ESPN's Alden Gonzalez wrote that this season is kind of starts and ends with Julio's production. And, I mean, he's absolutely right. We just talked with David Schoenfield, who said, yes, absolutely the same thing. Jordan, I am assuming that you view the Mariners offense the same way, that it kind of begins and ends with Julio. Feels like that has to begin quicker, and that's kind of the key. Tell me what you're watching for from Julio's 2025 season.
Yeah, 100%. I thought it was interesting that him coming into this season, coming off of the success he had at the end of last season with kind of the new hitting group, and the new leadership there, and then being very open this year about being like, I want to play in spring training. I want to get as many reps as I can to hopefully, get off to a better start. Now, the reality is that's all fun and good, and I have to imagine that's better than only getting, 5 to 10 games, which has been the case in some recent years. But as we've seen year after year, it's hard when these guys go back to Seattle and the weather's a little bit colder, whether it's in Seattle or on some of these other early road trips. It is definitely difficult. So I do think that it is all about him just because the variance is so wide, and it's the curse of greatness, right? I mean, you when you see him be one of the best players in baseball, you want that to happen every month. I think we know, because he's such a great center fielder, the floor for his overall production is certainly still very high. But yeah, I mean, he is the difference between this being an okay lineup and an actually good one.
Hey, Jordan, going back to Cal, one of the things I thought about after they signed Cal was, okay, what's next? And then the next thing I thought about was, what about Harry Ford? The young catcher who made some noise this spring. We hear he can play multiple positions. Does he just become trade bait? What do you see in the future for Harry Ford?
It's a great question, and Harry Ford is someone, it's funny thinking back to when they drafted him originally, and I was all in. I was all in on Harry Ford. It's been really cool to see his development, but that development has come as Cal Raleigh has become what he is. And, there's other situations where there's a little bit more flexibility with the position and moving stuff around where you don't really worry too much about a single player blocking another player. But in this specific case, and for catchers in particular, like, this is a case where it's like, yeah, like, Cal's the guy. So I think that at this point, I think they still need to see what they have in him, because he is the kind of athlete that can probably still find a way to contribute in Seattle. If he's trade bait, he's trade bait. I mean, that's not necessarily a bad thing. Of course, you want to see as many homegrown players get to the big leagues as possible. But if he can become the kind of player that you could build a trade around, that's not necessarily a bad thing either. Even if, of course, everybody wishes that all the top prospects could play together at once. But the reality of this is, one, they're not all going to actually turn out to be that good. And then the other thing is, it's just there's only so many spots on the field. So it will be really interesting. He's absolutely a prospect for that situation that is going to be worth watching really closely this season.
I recently listened to your AL West preview for Baseball Barbiecast, and you and Jake talked about kind of like the favorites, specifically maybe looking at the Rangers, who are kind of a favorite for a lot of people around baseball, though always with the edit of, well, if they stay healthy. And it's why it feels like the Astros, Mariners, and Rangers are kind of grouped together. How can one team pull away from the other in the West here? It feels like such a tight group.
Yeah, and the fun thing about this season is that you can apply that to a bunch of divisions, right? I mean, the American League is not exactly brimming with powerhouse teams. I think the reason why people are kind of falling for the Rangers, totally understandably, I ended up picking them to miss the playoffs barely. I was going back and forth between them and Detroit and Seattle and a couple other teams to make that last spot. I ultimately went with Detroit, but I think Texas, you can see the ceiling. The ceiling is pretty clear with that group, with the lineup that they've kind of rebuilt that we already thought was quite strong with some of the additions that they made. And then in theory, as you mentioned, the health on the mound, but the talent on the mound is also there from an impact standpoint. I ended up rounding down and picking against them just because I think that there are still too many questions on the mound. Just how in the same way for Seattle, I ended up kind of saying, well, like, as much as I love the pitching staff, I'm still seeing just a few too many questions on the position player side of things. But at the same time, I think you can make an argument for all these teams. And I did what I have done for the last decade, which is keep picking the Astros until I'm wrong.
Fair approach.
We go through the cycle, Stacy and I, of getting really critical when the season ends for the Mariners. They should have did this. This is why. And then waiting for them to make moves that we know aren't going to happen. And then opening week comes up, and we're like, okay, well, let's get excited about this team again. Who we got? We got Rowdy, we got Bliss, and we got Polanco over there. What's your process like when it comes to evaluating just the offseason for the Mariners? And do you agree? Oh, I want to ask that question. What do you make of the offseason that they've had and the team they put together?
Yeah, I mean, it is living in these social media circles, and just it's a long winter, and you get a lot of emotions over the course of those months. even when nothing is happening, right? Because that elicits an emotion in and of itself. And then, you got this week, and now you're getting all this good news about streaming and Cal Raleigh and all this stuff, the commercials. And now it's like, oh, I love this team. This team's great. Why were we so angry the whole time? It's like, well, because it was December and you didn't have anything else to talk about. So I think I can understand, like, you go through a lot in the same way that you do over the course of the season. You see fans have kind of the same reaction over the course of the offseason. All of that is to say, I do think that that's the biggest question is what we saw in September meaningful, because they didn't make enough real changes to this roster that we are going to be like, oh, well, now they added this guy, so that's going to make a huge difference. Now, that said, Randy Arozarena is a massive piece, right? Victor Robles is a massive piece. Maybe Rowdy Tellez can be even something close to average, as a DH, right? They've gotten so little out of that DH spot in recent years. Can Garver bounce back? So I think that there's still enough talent for this team to make the postseason. Absolutely. The Kirby situation is a sobering reminder of how delicate that pitching staff was last year, and why I have all the faith in the talent and the production, but you just don't know with the durability that you're going to get the exact same thing as you did last year. So I still think, as I've said, I think I said that on the AOS preview, like, most teams would take the 4 starters, even if you're not talking about Kirby, right? So it's not just about Kirby there, him going down, and that depth is part of why this organization is still in a good place. But it's going to be about getting off to that better start. It's going to be about that offense not being such a slog. And then I think the bullpen has to be much better than it was last year, and I think Matt Brash coming back could be a huge part of that.
Hey, Jordan, your answer to this question might just be someone who can hit the ball. But is there kind of a piece that you find missing with the Mariners offense? Like, we've talked about roster construction and not just philosophy, but kind of like, well, how is this team constructed? Where do you have too much talent here and too many deficits here? Is there a profile of a hitter that you think, God, if they could tap into this, it would really fill out this lineup?
Yeah, I think you could argue that they sort of attempted to get that with Donovan Solano, because you got, as we know, this is the real challenging part about evaluating the Mariners offense and the way that people talk about the offense, is that there are some measures when you factor in the incredibly difficult ballpark to hit in, and you factor in walks and some power, that, like, overall it wasn't that bad of a group. But what is getting, and I know this sounds stupid, but when you're not getting a lot of hits and you're striking out a lot, you look even worse than you probably actually are. And so that is why I think they become such a infuriating unit when things are not working. And the reality is, like, Randy Arozarena isn't necessarily going to change that. Now, Randy does walk a lot, so that helps. But he also he likes to swing. He does like to swing. We know Julio likes to swing. We know Cal, as awesome he is, he's going to strike out. We know Luke Raley's going to strike out. So those things aren't necessarily fixed. I think Solano, I think this is what Justin Turner really brought, and I think you sort of saw that last year. I think Solano can kind of fit that. Other than that, I don't know. I think that a healthy J.P. Crawford could give you some more quality at bats. I think a healthy Jorge Polanco can do that too. But that's where the aesthetic part of this offense, I think, is what really drives people crazy, even though the overall production is maybe not as bad as it looks.
Infield has been a big topic this offseason, and Demo and Bliss battling it out at the second base spot. Rumors of Bliss not being able to catch up with the fastball. What do you prefer? Do you think you should start the season with Demo at second? You want to move him around, give Bliss a shot? If you're calling the shots, Jordan, what are you doing?
So this actually kind of caught me off guard, because I've just been so busy with all the season preview stuff in the recent weeks that I haven't been following last-minute Mariners roster battles. And the fact that it seems like they are going to give Ryan Bliss a shot, I'm excited about that. I think that's cool. I mean, this is a player was, of course, an important part of a trade who has generally succeeded, in AAA. He's 25. It's not like he's 20 years old, and I think it's worth seeing. He's going to be batting 7th, 8th, or 9th. It's not like you're putting him, batting 3rd. I think you kind of want to see what he can do, because if he can be something that is a little bit more closer to an above average or just like even an average offensive player, like Dylan Moore, as awesome as he is best as that first guy off the bench. And I think everybody sort of recognized that coming at the beginning of the winter, and when it became clear that the plan at 2nd and 3rd was bringing back Polanco and then Moore, it was like, really, like, is this really plan A? Bliss emerging, we'll see how it translates from the spring, it is an opportunity. I mean, this guy is has been considered a real prospect. Again, not expecting an all-star team, but I think giving him some real run when you haven't really seen it yet, I think that's a good opportunity for him, and I'm certainly excited because it's something different.
Okay, what's something that for the first month of the season, Bump and I both settled on, we are not going to find ourselves saying it's too early. Not with this team. This team has missed the postseason by collectively 5 games over 5, just something absurd. Just
over the last 10 years.
Exactly. And so while we've settled on, okay, we're not allowed to say, well, it's too early, we are allowed to measure things differently. Success in April looks different than success in August. So what's a version of a successful April? What's maybe, it could be a stat, it could be a good month from a specific player. What's something that you'll be looking at, Jordan, as you guys round out, with the pod or with any coverage for Yahoo Sports, and, we're heading into May, and you go, I like what the Mariners did in April because of this?
Yeah, that's a great question. I mean, this is sort of this could also just be applied to just these are the players I'm most interested in because of how it went last year. But I would say the three, really the two that I'm watching most closely in terms of returners is Gregory Santos. I think Santos until Brash gets back is a pretty big deal. I mean, you could also say Colin Snyder and just the rest of the bullpen behind Munoz. But I think understanding if the bullpen could really be an actual strength as opposed to just Andres Munoz and a lot of other guys doing their best, that Santos has the upside to make that happen. I think that's a big one. And then the one I've been saying all offseason is J.P. Crawford. I mean, he was one of the best shortstops in baseball in 2023, and he was very much not that last year. And I hope it was just because he was hurt, but we're going to have to find out because when he was he was at the top of the lineup. And then I guess, honestly, Robles and Randy, for totally different reasons, are just so important and so interesting. Randy feels more important because the stakes feel a lot higher. It's the opposite. Victor Robles fell in your lap, and he's just this gift that has fallen from above, and you're like, oh man, this lovable player, he's stealing 30 bases, he's amazing, right? Whereas Randy is you better come produce, dude. You were the big addition. And so them, with Julio, of course, could be the upside is tremendous there. But I think Randy is also has to be considered one of the most important players, and him getting off to a good start is also important.
Check out that AOS preview and obviously every new episode of Baseball Barbie-cast, and check out Jordan's work, Yahoo Sports, Jordan Shusterman. Thanks, Jordan.
Thanks, Jordan.
Thank you, guys.
See ya. All right, let's get to headline rewrites.
Extra, extra, read all about it. Headline rewrites.
We must make headlines.
The real story behind the headlines in today's news with Bump and Stacy.
Headline number 1, Russell Wilson is signing a 1-year deal with the New York Giants. What's the real headline?
Gotta be honest, I don't know if Russ's undefeated record at MetLife holds up in 2025. Maybe the Giants go 17-0. Who am I? Who am I to say that can't happen?
Or at least undefeated at home.
True.
Just won all your home games.
I don't remember if the is it AFC or NFC that has the odd number of home games in 2025?
I think it's the AFC.
Dang it.
No, it's going to be tough, but here's a good thing. Your boy's in the mix now. I went from thinking you had no chance to win your bet of Russell Wilson having better stats than Aaron Rodgers. Now he's going to be in the fight because, but here's the thing. Jameis Winston is right on his tail, though.
Yes.
If he comes out and plays poorly for 3 or 4 weeks, Jameis is going to be in the driver's seat. With Aaron Rodgers, he can play bad all year. They're not going to bench Aaron Rodgers.
Mason Rudolph isn't getting in there.
He's going to be. Mason ain't getting there. It's got to be Jameis. But good for Russell Wilson because he was in a place he's never been before, a place where he wasn't wanted, and you're sitting there and you're waiting. And if we know anything about Russell Wilson, he wants to get prepared and start working. He has Malik Neighbors over there. This is going to be interesting. Russell is such a nice guy. I wonder how that media over there is going to interact with him and how he's going to handle that type of spotlight, because I don't think anyone expects much from him, but I also think that there's some pressure on him to improve on what he did last year and kind of set them up for the next quarterback.
I think the tide is turning a little bit. Tell me if you agree in terms of even how New York or a tough media market would cover Wilson. It's almost like there was a lot of vitriol and a lot of like, God, you're so fake, because you were supposed to be the savior of the Broncos and you talked a big game and you were clearly really confident, and then you played, just awful football for a year. Bounced back a little bit the following year, but with a head coach who clearly didn't like you. Now I feel like people see Russ as like, leave him alone. Like, even a tough media market. How much, you know what I mean? Like, let's say Russ goes out for the Giants in week 4 and he throws 3 interceptions, loses a fumble. What are you going to say about Russ? This quarterback you knew might be washed, had a bad game for a team that has no expectations.
Yeah, and they're going to be like, well, you can't protect him.
Yeah,
defense isn't
exactly.
good. Yeah, there's so many built-in excuses. I like that.
Yeah.
They might be a little softer on Russ.
The headline of like, maybe it wasn't a Daniel Jones problem after all. And then think if Daniel Jones does like a great job. Let's say he does start week 1 and Anthony Richardson isn't. Like the narratives, Bump. The narratives that are possible.
You're producing an NFL reality TV show right now.
I'm ready for it. What's next?
Headline Rewrites.
Did you guys get the tweet that I sent you of someone saying the new season of quarterback should just be the Giants quarterback room?
No, I didn't.
yeah, Tommy DeVito and Jameis Winston.
Tell me you would not, like pay-per-view prices for watching Russell Wilson and Jameis Winston in a quarterback room.
I would, definitely.
And Tommy DeVito.
It's just
and Tommy.
hilarious. Tommy DeVito.
And they might draft Shedeur Sanders, too.
Oh, my God.
You can't keep Tommy at that point.
I feel like we've sold you on a new TV show that doesn't exist.
I'm bought in.
Bub
When
is
does this
smiling,
air?
like, when
does it
can I
air?
watch?
Headline 2, Stephon Diggs is signing with the Patriots on a 3-year deal worth up to $69 million. What's the real headline?
But will Drake's number 1 target be ready in week number 1?
I think he will. He's running full speed right now, and obviously you got to start and stop and cut and all that good stuff, but they just don't do ACLs the way they used to.
No.
Back in the day, my dad has a scar on his knee from like his mid-shin to mid-thigh. They had to open him all the way up and get up in there and fix his ACL. Different these days. We know more about the body. I'm happy for Stephon Diggs. We knew he was going to get grabbed. It took a while, but this all makes sense. And big ups to Drake May. Finally got himself a receiver who can go for over 1,000.
Headline Rewrites.
Headline number 3, Forbes' annual Major League Baseball franchise valuations were released today. The Yankees were number 1 with $8.2 billion. The Mariners came in at 13th at $2.2 billion. What's the real headline?
That doesn't feel like tiny market value.
You know when they tell you to act your age?
Uh-huh.
Act your worth, Mariners. Act like you're worth $2.2 billion. It's something that we all know about this ball club, is that they present themselves as something that they're really not as far as the financials, and they have limited themselves in going out and getting names because of that. But like I said before, it is Wednesday. Opening day is tomorrow. I'm going to send good vibes out there. Rowdy is going to look great if he gets to play. Bliss is going to contribute the very first day, and Julio's going to go yard. So they have a chance to make us believe in what they did and did not do this offseason.
That's a better way to look at it. I'm getting there. I'm getting there as well. I mean, granted, I like having fun for opening day. Like, I like just being like, oh, I'm so happy, right? We go through the doldrums of winter where we have entire shows where we're like, so what do we talk about today? Right. I mean, I guess stuff we think is interesting, but no games to react to. And now you finally get the Mariners back in action, and it's awesome. So you're right. I want to like look at it and just go, anything is possible. And yeah, you know, Jordan earlier with us said the Rangers have the clearest ceiling. Like, you know what their ceiling is because they've hit it before. So you can look at it and go, well, they could be a World Series team if everyone stays healthy and everything goes right. What do you think the Mariners' ceiling is? Because I don't think it's a World Series team, but their ceiling is absolutely playoffs, right?
First round.
Yeah.
Anything after that is money, which is jacked up because we've been here before a couple years ago and have not gotten better and build off of that. But this is the reality of the Mariners.
Yeah. All right. Coming up, we are going to talk a little bit of NFL draft with Mike Renner, who's going to join us at 1 p.m. Obviously, what I need to know coming your way at 1:45. You can get those questions sent in anytime, 866-979-3776. Taking a look around the NFL next.
When you're on the pitch clock and don't have time for your favorite Seattle sports shows, listen to the podcasts on demand.
How about that? Unbelievable. Who would have thought?
Every hour, every interview, every look behind the scenes.
Dan Wilson's the new skipper.
This is a window. This is a time where we can get it done, and that's the hope. That's the vision for this club.
Find us on SeattleSports.com, the Seattle Sports app, or wherever you get podcasts.
Holy smokes!
Never miss a minute of Seattle sports, the home of the Mariners.
Springtime has me thinking about taking a nice trip somewhere to unwind, relax, but also have a little bit of fun at night. Now, I'm not talking about getting on a plane. Why would you go through all that trouble when you have plenty to explore here in the beautiful Northwest? Michael Buffett here, and the place I'm thinking of is just an easy drive away. It has a beautiful resort with deluxe rooms, in-room tablets, and free Wi-Fi. A challenging golf course with water on nearly every hole, delicious restaurants, and the best steakhouse north of Seattle, and the brand new authentic Mexican restaurant, The Cantina. Plus events like live music and free entries to win a share of $300,000 every Saturday in March. The place I'm going to is Silver Reef Casino Resort. I can't wait to get there, and neither should you. SilverReefCasinoResort.com. Check out all they have to offer and book your stay today. It's the perfect place to get away, have a little bit of fun, and come back feeling refreshed and have a new spot to call your own. Silver Reef Casino Resort, located off of I-5 exit 260.
Discover LeMay, America's car museum in Tacoma. Explore 300 world-class cars, 100 years of history, and a Shinka exhibit with 50 iconic Japanese sports cars. Thrilling race simulators and fun for the whole family. Visit americascarmuseum.org.
We've all been there. Sleepless nights, mind racing, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Video security, burglar alarms, fire alarms, access control, 24/7 monitoring, and more. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy, knowing we're here for you, your people, and your business. Visit bayalarm.com to talk to a local security expert. Bay Alarm, we got you.
Bracket busted? Don't worry, Madness Maniacs, you still have a shot at winning. Head to seattlesports.com/win to fill out your 16-team bracket. It's not too late to join in on the fun. It's the Seattle Sports Bracket Bucks presented by Muckleshoot Casino Resort. And the winner of the 16-team competition will win a $500 Visa gift card. Register and find complete rules at seattlesports.com/win. Seattle Sports Bracket Bucks presented by Muckleshoot Casino.
Hey, it's Jason Rance. Our local tax expert Greg Nunn wants taxpayers to know the IRS is now going after older cases very aggressively. If you received Form CP504 from the IRS, do not ignore it. Be proactive and resolve your situation with Greg Nunn, N-U-N-N, None Better Tax Resolution.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it. Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 to learn more. With AutoPay plus taxes and fees, plus $5 per line without AutoPay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Motorola Edge on us with 24 monthly bill credits and new line for well-qualified customers, plus tax and $35 per line connection charge. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
The noon hour of the Bump and Stacy Show is powered every day by the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law Personal Injury Lawyers. Go to pendergastlaw.com.
Need a new roof but not in the budget? A new roof doesn't have to break the bank. Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors here. Right now, State Roofing and Exteriors is offering 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months. That's 2 years with no payments while getting the protection your home deserves. But this offer won't last forever. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to get on our summer schedule now. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
Window Nation customers have been singing our praises for years. With fast local service and an industry-leading 96% customer satisfaction rating, it's no wonder.
I researched window companies for the last year to see what the average prices were and the quality of work. Window Nation nailed both.
Get 2 windows free with every 2 you buy. Pay no interest for 2 full years. Hurry, this offer ends soon. Schedule a free estimate now. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. That's 866-90-NATION.
You don't have to be a professional athlete to feel like a champion. At Emerald City Athletics, every person discovers the champion within. If you're setting personal records, tackling your daily goals, or aiming to be your best self, Emerald City Athletics will help you feel like the champion of your life. That's why they were voted the best in the Pacific Northwest. It's not just about fitness. It's about empowering you to step into your full potential so you can become your best self and feel the best you've ever felt. Each day at Emerald City Athletics is an opportunity to rise, to push beyond what you thought was possible, and to become stronger inside and out. Train for a goal, build confidence, embrace a healthier lifestyle. Emerald City Athletics will help you achieve greatness and find the champion within. Check out Emerald City Athletics today with a free 29-day pass, available now for a limited time. There are gyms, and there's Emerald City Athletics. Come discover the difference.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
This is Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Taking a look around the NFL, we're going to start with rules. The new rules being considered on next week's NFL owners' meetings are banning the tush push, one we're not in favor of, removing automatic first down from defensive holding / illegal contact, and then both teams being guaranteed possession in regular season overtime. The owners' meeting takes place March 30th through April 2nd in Palm Beach. Which of these rules, if any, would you be absolutely fine seeing this season?
Tush push needs to remain. Okay, let's not mess with this. Just play better defense and you should be fine. Removing automatic first down for defensive holding and illegal contact, I think that is garbage. That needs to stay in place because DBs are taught to hold when they are beat. You're literally coached. Look, hold him. We'll take the yardage or the first down. We just don't want to give up a touchdown. So if I mix you up, put you in a blender, and you hold, I should get that first down because who knows? It could have been a big play. So I'm not for that. And then I love that both teams are guaranteed possession in overtime. You want your quarterbacks to have a chance to win the ball game. You pay your guys $50 million because you believe that they can execute in these situations. And imagine Allen and Lamar going at it. You got Pat Mahomes and say a Purdy or somebody. Purdy upsets Mahomes because he gets the football. They go for 2 at the end. It's like it just creates so much drama. We're here for the drama. Those are my thoughts on it. What do you say to those rules?
Co-sign on all, so I'm not going to take too much time because I think you explained them perfectly. I will only add that I think I have the hardest time seeing the tush push be one that actually goes through, the ban on it, that is. Like, there are some rule proposals where you're like, it was so much a conversation that they introduced it, but I just don't know how you make the case that it should be banned when it is something any team can do. It's not a loophole in a rule, and there's no injuries from it. I could see the other two. Like, I can see the case for the other two. I can absolutely see them getting passed or approved, even if I agree with one and not the other. I just don't. I think the tush push is almost like a talking point. I would be surprised if they actually banned it.
Yeah,
so,
me too.
Co-sign on all of your votes, though, in terms of what you'd like to see or not see passed. The competition committee is also pushing to make the dynamic kickoff return permanent, with touchbacks moving to the 35-yard line. Bump, from the point of view as a return specialist, explain what this would mean for the NFL and why it might encourage more returns.
Put the ball in play, because if you don't put it in play and there's a touchback, now the receiving team moves the ball to the 35-yard line. You do the math. It's shorter to get there. And what I like about this is that the NFL realizes that the kick return is an exciting play and can change the game so quickly. You have some of the best athletes in the world on the football field. Let them get busy. This is back in the day, kill the carrier. You guys called it something else here in the Northwest. It's not very nice. We used to play that game. You toss it up, catch the football, and you go. Everyone's against you. That's how we start playing football, and that brings it back. It's like childhood type stuff. But it's just a big play, man. And they made this play safer already with how they align the kickoff team and the kick return team. So, no, I'm with this. I think this needs to go through. Put the ball in play.
Bring electric kickoff returners back and punt returners. Returners in general.
Man.
Return the returners. Mel
that.
Kiper still thinks the Giants are Shedeur Sanders' best landing spot, even after signing Russell Wilson and Jameis Winston.
I think it's New York, Michelle. I think New York Giants were the best spot for him, just like Eli Manning picked the Giants, hand-picked the Giants when he was going to become a Charger. So he wanted to go to the New York Giants, and he dealt with all that, and he was equipped to deal with it because of Archie and the Manning family. And this is the same thing with the Sanders family. But, again, it has to be an organizational decision where the brain trust has to feel this guy is good enough to be you're talking about great. You're not talking, like I said before, this is not a single double-legged quarterback anymore. This is about a home run. You want a grand slam, but you'll want a home run triple. Today's even a double, single. You got to be the word is consistently high. That's the phrase, consistently high level of quarterback play week in and week out. Now, I think it's asking too much of all these guys, but that's what they're shooting for. So if you don't believe Shedeur can get you to that point, you don't take him.
So not only does Mel Kiper think the Giants are the likeliest landing spot for Shedeur, he also says, why are they signing these two veterans and why might they still draft Shedeur? Because here's the approach I think they're taking. You always have to have an answer at quarterback, and they're trying to make sure that they have the resources to do that. What do you think the Giants are doing? And do you think that they'll end up taking a quarterback?
Got to have a backup plan. Can you see Russell Wilson playing for the Giants for the next 4 years?
No.
Jameis Winston?
No.
Nah, you need a youngin. This is the perfect situation. You have two veterans who have shown that they can run and operate an offense. You draft Shedeur Sanders. Maybe he sits for a year, maybe half a year. Who knows? Depends on how quickly he can pick things up. I like it. This is it right here. Crazy. Russell Wilson is now a bridge quarterback.
But also speaks to, I saw this great, shout out Seahawks subreddit. I saw a great thread yesterday. I was just kind of like, sometimes I like checking it out just to see, like, is there like a viral tweet that I missed or, you know, something the youngins are talking about. And there was a great thread about, like, how great was Russell Wilson really? And I forget who posted it, but I think it was someone who was a newer fan. So they were asking, like, hey, if I'm only seeing this version of Russ, how great was prime Russ? Yeah. The answers were amazing. And I agree with all of them. And it was like, you really do forget. And I like the way that they explained it. It's like, at no point was Russ universally the best quarterback in football, but the best version of Russ, who was absolutely amazing in like 16, 17, 18, 19, throwing 15, was someone where you were never out of a game. No matter how much time was left, you thought, well, maybe something crazy is going to happen. And just like really, really an underrated part of the team almost always.
At one point, we considered Russell Wilson to be able to throw the best deep ball in football.
Yeah.
And the pirouettes in the backfield, spinning, making things happen. He made offensive coordinators right. So, but this is what happens. If you are fortunate enough to play in this league for a long time, you're going to see the decline. But I think he's still a good ball player. Yeah. And if he is a starter for the whole year, he's going to put up decent numbers. I don't expect 35 and 10 or anything like that, but he'll put up some good numbers.
Do you think that, because there are some players like Brett Favre did not have a great run of PR near the end of his career and post his playing career, but I don't know that anyone that doubts that he was great.
No,
like, I don't know that that impacted his legacy in terms of people's opinion of his ability. Do you think that Russ has impacted, in hindsight, people's opinion of his ability when he was at his best?
I think so.
Yeah, why?
I think it's because of the way the scene was set in Denver. It seemed volatile. It seemed aggressive over there. And then with the demands that he was making some demands that most star quarterbacks don't even make. He wasn't who he thought he was. There's a transition from this guy who's considered one of the best. He has requests as if he's one of the best, has his own room, our own office at the facility.
Sure.
He was getting a bunch of hotel rooms for people. It's like he jumped into this superstardom, and he wasn't actually that. If he would have just kept the humble role and been the guy that we know and love, maybe folks would feel different about him. But when you go back and watch the film, there's no denying that he was one of the best.
It's almost like people kind of erase 17, 18, 19 from their minds. And granted, this team wasn't competing for Super Bowls during that time, but that was post Legion of Boom. So if you only look at Russell Wilson's career and you go, well, he always had Marshawn and the Legion of Boom. No, he did not. No, he did not. You're ignoring a stretch of, like, especially 3 seasons where Russ was like the offense.
Yeah.
You didn't have a solid run game. Obviously, you look at guys like Doug Baldwin and then later Tyler Lockett, and you go, they were huge in terms of what Russ was able to do as well. But it's just, you're right. You're absolutely right. It's like it has impacted how people see him in hindsight, and it shouldn't.
Yeah.
Weird. The Patriots were a team very interested in trading for DK Metcalf. No surprise to anyone else, but WEEI's Tim Curran says the interest wasn't reciprocated by DK.
I kind of, in talking to you guys, made it sound more like they were never in on him. I've come to find out that they were. It was more of a DK Metcalf. They had conversations. An offer was not made. That's correct. But I've kind of been redirected from folks outside of New England. They were in on him. They were trying to make. He didn't want to come here.
If you were DK, why would you not want to go to this New England team?
He's looking at the offensive line, the quarterback situation, which I think is fine, and just the East Coast. Maybe just didn't like the East Coast, even though he's out east now in Pittsburgh. But organization, there's so many other factors, man. I don't know. Maybe he looked at George Pickens and saw, okay, I can have a 1-2 combo over there. The Steelers probably told him, we're going to get you Aaron Rodgers. You'll be good to go. Who knows? A bunch of stuff. If the money is the same, it comes down to some things that we might not ever hear about.
Would you have been interested to see DK with Drake May?
No.
Yeah.
I see him.
I can kind of.
He's in the right spot. It was that or Vegas for me.
DK in Vegas would be fun, but.
Or the Chargers. I like the Chargers for him.
Wasn't it weird? I kept hearing reports after, not to me, from like podcasts that I would listen to, of like the Chargers maybe weren't interested or didn't make much of a push. And Jordan Schultz was the only person I saw who tweeted that the Chargers did make an initial attempt. And I'm like, why? This feels like such an obvious fit for you. You have the cap space.
Makes no sense.
No.
They should have if they didn't.
Well, and even if you go and get, I don't know, are they like 20th or something, and go and get a wide receiver, you'd still have two weapons where previously you'd had only aging ones. I don't know what the Chargers are doing. Speaking of the draft, are talking with draft analyst Mike Renner coming up in about 20 minutes. Don't go anywhere.
Baseball is back. Julio Rodriguez and the 2025 Mariners are ready to play ball.
Gone! Julio! Home run!
Opening day is tomorrow.
It's a mentality. It's time to battle. It's time to fight.
Seattle Sports will be live from Soto all day, including Wyman and Bob at Victory Hall from 2 to 6 p.m. Seattle Sports, the home of the Mariners, and your exclusive home for opening day.
Everyone wants to get the best deal they can when they buy a car. But what about when you want to sell your car? Of course, you want to get the most money possible. But how do you get the most you can without trying to sell it yourself? Well, that's where my friends at Wayscar Ford in Auburn step in. Not only will they buy your car today, but that's just the beginning. Once they resell your old car, they send you another check for 50% of the profit of the sale of your old car. They've already given back over $750,000 to their customers. Mark, GM of Wayscar Ford, joins me, and it's such a great offer. But to clear up any confusion, is this like a consignment, and how can you offer this?
It's not a consignment, Stacy. A consignment, the dealer that's trying to sell your car hasn't paid you yet. We pay you right up front. No more insurance, no more maintenance. All that's gone. After that's done, we pay half the profit. It's that simple. There's no magic to this. All the money we're saving by not buying at auctions, the shipping fees and the travel, we're giving it back to you. That's how it works.
So get the most money possible at Wayscar Ford Isuzu in Auburn and let them do the work.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, millions of men experience ED, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. At HIMSS, our own board-certified urologist, Dr. Peter Stahl, knows this better than anyone, and he knows that HIMSS can help.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, Senior Vice President of Men's Sexual Health at HIMSS. I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS.
Through HIMSS.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs. Options at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/joy. To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% less than brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
Who's cutting down the nets this year? Get in on all the tournament action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest upsets to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code JQ to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Whoa, it's you, the Capital One Bank guy.
That's what they call me.
Mind if I get a selfie?
Yeah, sure thing. Save no fees or minimums on your Capital One checking account.
Wow, that's a keeper. So, where are you heading?
I'm off to spread the good news that Capital One helps people keep more money in their wallet with no overdraft fees.
Oh, you're the best Capital One Bank guy.
Hey, mind if I get a selfie?
Sure.
Say, Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on seattlesports.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
Baseball is back. Opening day is tomorrow. Seattle Sports will be live from Sodo all day, including Wyman and Bob at Victory Hall from 2 to 6.
Old windows cost you money and security. Lake Washington Windows and Doors installs energy-efficient, high-security windows that lower your bills and increase protection. With leak armor installation and lifetime warranties, you're protected for life. Choose LakeWashingtonWindows.com today.
Through March 31st, save double your sales tax from Lake Washington Windows and Doors. Plus, enjoy easy zero down, zero payments, and zero interest, same as cash 12-month financing. Visit LakeWashingtonWindows.com to save double today.
Bracket busted? Don't worry, Madness Maniacs, you still have a shot at winning. Head to seattlesports.com/win to fill out your 16-team bracket. It's not too late to join in on the fun. It's the Seattle Sports Bracket Bucks presented by Muckleshoot Casino Resort. And the winner of the 16-team competition will win a $500 Visa gift card. Register and find complete rules at seattlesports.com/win. Seattle Sports Bracket Bucks presented by Muckleshoot Casino.
Well, the longer days, the sunny breaks in the weather, they've got me dreaming of summer, right? Getting out in the golf course, heading on vacation, or just enjoying our beautiful Northwest region. Make this summer one to remember by looking and feeling your absolute best. You can do it, and if you start right now, you can accomplish that goal before Memorial Day weekend. It's Mike Salk here, and 45 days is all it takes. You can lose almost a pound each day. I lost 35 total with Eastside Weight Loss Clinic, and I'll let you in a little secret. Those 45 days, they're not even that hard. No crazy dieting, no cardio or crazy exercise. Definitely no pills or injections with any kind of potentially scary side effects. None of that. You're eating healthy, delicious meals that you make for yourself and buy at the grocery store, and you watch the pounds absolutely fall off. Find out if you can do it. I know you can. A 15-minute call is all it takes. No obligation. Schedule it right now at eastsideweightlossklinik.com. You got nothing to lose other than like a ton of weight. Go to eastsideweightlossklinik.com. Dr. Ryan Coogan, DC. Results may vary.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Bump, I've got a little bit of a potpourri of quarterback topics here before we get to draft conversation coming up in less than 15 minutes now. So we are obviously going to focus on the Seahawks mostly when we talk with Mike Renner. So this does veer away from Seattle, but I don't know, man. It's pretty easy to get interested in quarterback situations around the league. I'm going to start by where we already were, sticking with the Giants for just a little bit longer. Where do you actually think Shedeur lands? And if it's with a team that has a situation like the Giants, you've got two veterans there. Should he even be starting in 2025?
Nah, let him sit. Let him sit, let him learn. I'm all for these guys marinating. And where should he go? I mean, Cleveland got the number 2 pick, but no one's really mocking him to go to Cleveland. They have a situation going on over there. But the New York Football Giants, he should go there because at 4, you had the New England Patriots. They already have their QB. 5, Jacksonville, they have theirs. 6, Las Vegas, they have theirs. 7, the Giants, they have theirs. Carolina, 8, they have theirs. 9 is where you could pick Shedeur if he were to drop that far, but I don't think he makes it past the New York Giants. But you know me, man. I want these quarterbacks to sit. I don't want them to be treated like most of these quarterbacks are treated in the league, and after a couple of years, they're thrown away and got to hope for a Sam Darnold type of story to resurrect their career, even a Geno Smith. So I think he should go to the number 3 spot with the New York Football Giants. I think it's perfect having Russell Wilson over there to kind of sit and learn and teach this guy. And it's going to be interesting because if you were to go to the Giants, Russell Wilson and Shedeur Sanders are two completely different people. And will Shedeur be willing and able to learn from Russell Wilson? I think Russell Wilson will be willing to teach, but sometimes things can be lost in how things are taught. You know, Shedeur might be listening to Russell drop some knowledge and just not vibe with him because, you know, he don't talk like him. He doesn't see things like him. But, yeah, he should go number 3 to the New York Giants, and they will have their quarterback hopefully for the next 5 to 10.
I don't think anyone doubts that Cam Ward is going to go number 1 overall to a quarterback-needy team in a thin quarterback class. Feels obvious. Best quarterback off the board.
Mm-hmm.
There are way too many teams that need to find that starter, and teams very willing to take a chance. I keep seeing so many stories about the Titans potentially being willing to trade that pick, which to me feels so weird because it's exactly what they need. You are a team that does not have a franchise starter. This feels like a very obvious decision to make. I'll throw in, though, that the Browns at pick number 2 did recently conduct a private workout with Cam Ward.
They did, just in case. Just in case something were to happen and he slips, you have to cross your T's and dot your I's, and that's what they're doing. I would hate it for him to go to the Cleveland Browns. I would hate it. Just the culture there is all bad. The Deshaun Watson situation is messy as heck. Congratulations. I think he just got engaged, though, so good for you. Kenny Pickett is over there. It's just there's nothing stable about the Giants, the Cleveland Browns, but I can say the same thing about the Giants as well. They've shown that they can make some poor decisions, but at least you have a young rising star at the receiver spot in Malik Neighbors.
Yeah.
But, you gotta be sure. And none of these teams are stable at this point because they're picking top 4 in the draft. If you are stable, you're not picking top 4. If you're stable, you down at the bottom with KC and them and Philly and Detroit and the Vikings and all that. So every team is searching at this point. But, yeah, you have to make sure that if Cam were to drop, you've already seen him, you've spoken to him, you like who he is, and you're willing to go after it.
The last mock I saw from Daniel Jeremiah had Jackson Dart as the 3rd quarterback off the board at, I think, going to the Steelers late in the 1st. And that doesn't surprise a lot of people. He's been one of the names that kind of, was climbing after, a good showing, at the Senior Bowl, a couple different opportunities there. And everyone else kind of still a day 2 guy. Should the Seahawks take someone? Let's say it's not 18.
Well, yeah, late. Yeah, go ahead and drop one.
Let's say not late. Day 2. Day 2 quarterback.
Day 2. I think there are too many things that they have to do or that they can address. You need more depth at the linebacker spot. Right? You have your starters, your 2 starters for interior linebacker. You use some depth there. Use some depth at the O-line position at guards. I assume that's where they're going to get their guy anyway, day 2. And you need some depth at the cornerback spot as well. With Trey Brown is out of there, Nicola Witherspoon is out of there. Mm-hmm. You got to replace some guys. So, no, man, I think if you grab a quarterback, it's going to be a late round quarterback, a guy who's going to come in, compete with Sam Howell, maybe be a camp body. And if he surprises you, and you give him more opportunity.
From the 5-4-1, jumping back to Sanders for just a second, I need to know if you guys think Sanders ruined his draft by not doing the combine, or did he hurt his draft stock?
No. Who else are you going to pick?
Right, and nor did Cam, to be fair.
Cam didn't do it. I think Cam and Shedeur know that they're the 1 and 2 quarterback. Shedeur probably thinks he's the number 1, but he's the number 2. Everyone after that is lobbying to improve their draft stock. That's why Jackson Dart went out there. He goes, y'all sit down, go ahead.
Jalen Milroe.
I'll take him there. Yeah. Jalen Milroe.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if you are a top 5 pick, I wouldn't suggest doing anything. You just sit tight and watch film and do these interviews and have these guys believe that you're capable.
Well, and considering that Cam Ward didn't do it either, and that we've seen other players not do this, that this has been an ongoing trend, I think it's that if you already had the perception of Shedeur Sanders as being entitled, right? Grew up rich, has a famous parent, one of the most famous players ever is his parent, ended up being his college coach. If your view is already, I'm looking for reasons to think he's entitled or looking for reasons to think he's not willing to work hard, then yeah, you counted it as such, but that means it was already your perspective of him.
Yeah, because he's attached to the flashiest player of all time. In Deion Sanders. So you go into a situation thinking you know the young man. So as long as he presented himself correctly, whichever that is, correctly for him, because you don't want to try to mold yourself into something that you're not just to fit what people think a quarterback should be. And that's what I appreciate about both Shedeur and Cam. Like, Cam is cocky as heck, and I ain't mad at him. The underdog story that he has, I'd be cocky too. And Shedeur has grown up in this. Nothing impresses him. And I think that's what irks people sometimes. They want these young men just to be so humble and thankful. But humble and thankful don't get you to where they are. I mean, they're the Andrew Lucks can do it, and there are some other quarterbacks that came up that way, and it works for them. But they've been this way for the majority of their career. Why would they switch up now?
And I just want to say regarding Andrew Luck, first of all, Indy wasted his career.
Yeah.
I contend still
up.
could have had one of the best careers we've seen, and I fully believe that. That being said, still a rich kid who went to Stanford. And you know what? I'm just saying, like, it's always interesting the narratives we have of certain players, and it's like, but why? Because he has a flip phone? Because he, is like a cool hipster and decides that he doesn't like technology and maybe genuinely doesn't. And seemed like a genuinely good guy. Like,
Yeah.
I never had a bad take on Andrew Luck, with the exception that he crushed my school. But, what about him isn't just as privileged? Had a parent who's still involved in football, was CEO of, I think, one of the XFL. I don't even know.
XFL. Or president of the league, I think.
Yeah, it was still, it's just all about perspective. But yeah, I still think Andrew Luck would have crushed if he kept playing.
Mm-hmm. How many years he put in? 8?
Curtis, do you know offhand? How many years did Andrew Luck? 2012 class, right?
Yeah, I think he played only like 7 or 8 years.
Dang, man. I think
it was 2019 when he retired.
There are some people I look at and I go, nah, maybe we saw the best and it was 1 or 2 seasons and that's okay. I really do think he's one of those guys that could have kept going and could have been great.
Agree.
I know. All right, well, let's talk draft. Enough what ifs. We're talking about what could be. Coming up in a little over a month, CBS NFL draft analyst Mike Renner joins us next.
Baseball is back. Julio Rodriguez and the 2025 Mariners are ready to play ball.
Gone! Julio! Home run!
Opening day is tomorrow.
It's a mentality. It's time to battle. It's time to fight.
Seattle Sports will be live from Soto all day, including Wyman and Bob at Victory Hall from 2 to 6 p.m. Seattle Sports, the home of the Mariners, and your exclusive home for opening day.
I'm Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. I learned about atrial fibrillation the hard way. My symptoms would come and go. Shortness of breath, fatigue. I kept going. Then I got so lightheaded, I couldn't. My doctor said I have AFib, so I'm about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. Other symptoms, irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain can come and go, but the risk of stroke stays. If you have symptoms, tell a doctor. Visit notimetowait.com.
Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Fabric Talk. Hello, my love. I am your living room carpet. I see everything. I feel everything. After a while, I smell like everything, including Sir Pickles, who you snuggle with while binging that dating show you can't stop watching. So, how about we freshen things up with Febreze Fabric Spray? Oh, and a big spray for my pals, couch and ottoman. Ah, yes, refreshing. Breathe happy, Febreze. La 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 la.
Did you know colon cancer can be detected early or prevented through regular screening?
I have detected around Earth is the greatest lie ever.
Okay, Roger. My uncle just passed away and I inherited his cockatoo, Roger. He was a member of the Flat Earth Society, so Roger picked up on some of his rhetoric. Anyway, screening, such as a colonoscopy.
Screen these! Screen these!
Roger that, Roger. Moving on. Colonoscopies can detect early-stage colon or rectal cancer or even polyps, which are abnormal growths that can turn into cancer over time.
I'm a Flat Earth walker.
Come on, Roger. What did I do to my uncle to deserve you? You don't get to choose what you inherit, just like colon cancer. Unlike Roger here, I believe in science. And science says that if colon cancer runs in your family, you're more likely to develop it yourself. Talk to your doctor about when you should start screening. Find out more at coloncancercoalition.org. A message from the Colon Cancer Coalition. Did you know colon cancer can be detected early or prevented through regular screening?
I have detected around Earth is the greatest lie ever.
Okay, Roger. My uncle just passed away and I inherited his cockatoo, Roger. He was a member of the Flat Earth Society, so Roger picked up on some of his rhetoric. Anyway, screening, such as a colonoscopy.
Screen these! Screen these!
Roger that, Roger. Moving on. Colonoscopies can detect early-stage colon or rectal cancer or even polyps, which are abnormal growths that can turn into cancer over time.
I'm a Flat Earth walker.
Come on, Roger. What did I do to my uncle to deserve you? You don't get to choose what you inherit, just like colon cancer. Unlike Roger here, I believe in science. And science says that if colon cancer runs in your family, you're more likely to develop it yourself. Talk to your doctor about when you should start screening. Find out more at coloncancercoalition.org. A message from the Colon Cancer Coalition.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity.
So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah, posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. And now through April 21st, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and one unlimited mobile line together for $25 a month for 1 year and save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Savings compared to Verizon 5G Internet plus one unlimited welcome line and AT&T Internet 300 plus one unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Actual speeds vary. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
Hey, it's Jason Rance. I'm here with our local tax expert and advocate, Greg Nunn of None Better Tax Resolution. When you're dealing with business owners and the idea that they owe money to the IRS and they feel like they might be letting their staff down and it just spirals out of control.
One thing I see with businesses, it's really tough because they have employees and maybe they're having a difficult time with the cash flow of the business. Then unfortunately, what a business often does is they quit making their payroll tax deposits, which is really about the worst thing you could be doing. I mean, it's a telltale sign if you're doing that. Hey, get someone that can help you kind of look at your business and see if things can be changed so that you can operate your business better and make those payroll tax deposits. Because let me tell you this, the IRS is on those right away.
If you're having trouble with the IRS, you have to call Greg Nunn of None Better Tax Resolution. From stress to success with IRS Solutions. 425-947-1967 or Google NUNN. None Better Tax Resolution.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Russell Wilson found a home before Aaron Rodgers. After all, Rodgers reportedly visited with the Steelers for 6 hours earlier this week, but Russell Wilson yesterday signed a one-year deal with the Giants, $10.5 million guaranteed. The Giants sitting at pick number 3. They've been widely speculated to take a quarterback, so their earlier signing of a cheap veteran like Jameis Winston did make sense. Adding Wilson to the room has many wondering what the Giants are actually doing.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
This hour is brought to you by Mazda of Everett.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bump and Stacy
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now. All right, joining us in 10 minutes, CBS NFL and draft analyst Mike Renner. Right now, it's time for 4 Down Territory.
This is 4 Down Territory, going inside the game. What former Seahawks and Coug wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
First down, what former first-round pick is headed north of the border? And Bump, what do you think it means for his career?
Trey Lance, the former first-round picked by the Niners. They moved up to get him, the young man out of North Dakota State. Only played a few games in college, but Shanahan said, look, this is going to be our guy. He's going to the CFL. It sounds like he's going to the CFL, and it's going to be tough for him. If he wasn't as rich as he is already with money in his pocket, it'd be a bit different, but I made that transition as an undrafted guy, and you go from the NFL, a place where the facilities are top-notch for the most part, depending on, I guess, where you are.
Yeah.
The amenities are great, and you get to the CFL, and it's probably changed over the last 10 years, but I guarantee you it's nothing like the NFL. So he's going to walk into that facility and have a realization, I was a first-round pick, and now I'm playing in Canada. And there's 2 ways you can go. You could strap up and just grind and try to get back to the NFL. We saw Jeff Garcia do it, Brandon Browner, Ricky Williams, Ocho Cinco, Doug Flutie. Or you can fall into this darkness that can happen and just become a regular CFL player, and that is your career, which there's nothing wrong with that. There's guys who make decent money playing in the CFL, but that's not what he wants. I was surprised to see that, but then not at the same time, because he's gotten opportunities and you don't really see much from him. So good luck in Canada, man. I've been there. Keep your head up. Everything's going to be fine. You got money, so it's not like you're grinding for a paycheck.
How long were you with the CFL team?
About a year and a half.
What were games like? Like, did the games feel different outside of, obviously, you're not in, like, this huge arena, but...
No, the games were actually pretty fun. Like, you go to Saskatchewan, the Rough Riders, that was one of the best environments I've been in. It's it gives you more of a college football type of feel.
Okay.
But, I mean, the stadiums themselves aren't great.
Yeah.
The money isn't what it used to be. It's the other things. Once you're playing football, you kind of buy into it, but it's the Monday to Friday that gets you.
Are there, like, little things within a game that feel slightly different? Like,
the field is wider. The field is longer. Goalposts are in the front. You can run towards the line of scrimmage. I had to get used to that. I'm like, if you let me run towards this line of scrimmage, no one's going to be able to guard me. No one's going to be able to guard me.
Could they guard you?
They didn't let me run. They thought the guys could.
Second down. Why is the Stephon Diggs move great for New England?
Drake needs a number one quarterback. Drake May, that is, not Drake the rapper. He needs a number one receiver, and they haven't had a 1,000-yard receiver since 2019, Julian Edelman. New England itself, the fans needed this one, man. And I think Stephon Diggs still has a lot of good football left in him. He's 31 years of age. First time around we did this, you pointed out he got 6 or 7 straight years going over 1,000 yards receiving.
2018.
Last year it was cut short because of injury. I think this is a great fit for him. Their offense, too, from what I think they're going to be running, he's more of an outside type of guy. You're not going to move him in the slot that much. And there's a comfort zone that quarterbacks get when they have a receiver they can just throw it up to. I mean, when you have a Tyreek Hill, you can just throw it up. We have a Jamar Chase, and we have those big names. There's a comfort zone that you have. You're more likely to take a few more risks than if you were not to have that guy. So I like it for Drake May because he's a young quarterback who needs that comfort. New England has struggled when it comes to finding top-notch receivers. Jacoby Myers has been good for them the past few years. But no, good move. As soon as he made the visit, I felt like this was going to happen. Getting $23 million a year. Good by him.
Third down. Who would you like to see get more playing time for the Seahawks in 2025?
Last, couple of seasons, I've been yelling for Kenny McIntosh. And we did it, folks. We were yelling from the top of Mount Rainier, and the Hawks put him in, and I think they saw a little bit of what he can do. Now I'm shifting my focus to Derek Young. Derek, he's like the number 4 or 5 receiver on the roster. He's been good on special teams, 231 snaps on special teams, 27 offensive snaps last year. What does Bobo have on him? Because I watched him run routes during practice. I watched him catch the football, and I'm like, Derek Young is just as good as Jake Bobo. Is it the playbook? Whatever. I'm shifting my focus to Derek Young. He is the guy I want to see. He's been great on special teams. But now let's see him work. You got 3 receivers over there who are going to get the bulk of the time, MVS, Cooper Kupp, and JSN. They just brought over Sims as a returner. I think that he'll get sprinkled in as well. He's got maybe 500 or 600 yards throughout his whole career. There's some talent there, but I think now Derek going into his 3rd or 4th year, has been around the block a couple times. He can take a big jump. I'm looking for Derek Young. Go get it.
Is there anyone you ever played with? It could be in college too, but you were all the talent, but just could not, the playbook was, because it's framed always as oh, that guy was dumb, but sometimes something just might be hard for someone to conceptualize.
Yeah, playbooks can be difficult for some. I would say
I would not understand it. When I hear you guys say, no, I would not. I mean, I'm smart.
I walked you through it. You could figure it out.
But when I've heard you or Jake or Brock or anyone say plays or an exam, it takes about 2 seconds before my mind starts to go, I don't know where we are or what's happening.
You just got to know what to listen for.
Yeah. What's a zebra right? I don't.
Z right.
Z receiver, I guess.
Yep.
But still.
See? You're already breaking it down. You're already breaking it down.
But can you think of guys where you were you don't have to say their name, but was that something you saw?
Oh, there's some guys. It's dude, you're just running a speed out and they run a go. Yeah, man, you're just running a slant, they run a hitch. I'm like, what's going through your mind right now?
So talented.
Come on, you got this. Yeah, the playbook is crucial.
Dang. 4th down. What unit do you need to have a great year?
Kickoff return, because I think this rule is going to pass the rule that states that if you do kick the ball in the end zone, the receiving team gets the ball on the 35-yard line. So 1, let's not kick it in the end zone for the kickoff team. Let's cover. And 2, let's have some big returns, man, because that changes the game. We haven't seen a big kick return in a while. We did see a return last year. Was it D. Williams that took one to the house last year? Who was it? LaVishka. It was LaVishka.
Okay.
Yeah. It was after he fumbled a couple times too.
Bounced back.
At the house, bounced back, but then got cut the next 2 or 3 days.
But was leading in Pro Bowl votes.
Yeah.
It was a back and forth
It was
season.
that was an interesting season for Laviska. And I interviewed him. He was a great dude.
Yeah.
But the kickoff, kick return team, because I feel like the NFL wants to make this a big play again by the rules that I think is gonna pass. They've made it safer now, the way they line up the kickoff team and the kick return team. No, it's all good. These units need to have big years because it changes the game. You could be down 3 points and up 4 real quick just with one return. So what do the Hawks do? They go and get themselves a returner who's been proven in this league, in Sims, and he's going to be back there. Maybe Tariq Young is back there too with him. So kickoff, cover, kick return, got to have a big year. They're trying to revitalize this play in the NFL, and I love it.
To the Mac and Jack's text line, I got a couple questions for you. 866-979-3776. I just want to run through a few of these before we bring Mike on and ask him our questions. One listener says, Bump, who gets more stats next year, DK or any Seahawks receiver? Will DK outgain any
I think
Seahawks
JSN is going to go for like 1,300.
1,300?
Going 13.
In an offense where we want to see them run the ball.
1,300. You can run the ball and still have a 1,300-yard receiver.
Who was the last, let's see, DK, did he ever surpass 13?
I think he got to 12.
Who was the last Seahawks receiver to even touch 13? I can't think.
No, I think DK might have.
Barely surpassed 1,300 in 2020. 1303.
03. Yeah. So that had to have been the last. I don't think Tyler did. I don't think Doug did. I don't think I'm blanking on if there's.
I mean, he went for 1,000 this year, 200 more yards, and a more efficient offense where you can run the football. I think there'll be bigger plays because the play action is going to be open.
Yeah. I mean, I can see the vision. I can see the vision.
Not buying it.
By no means would I have any problem with it, but I think it's because, in my mind, this was an offense that passed the ball a lot more than John Schneider would have wanted. Now, granted, a wide receiver can get, like DK's best season was not on his most targets. So, like, a wide receiver can have explosive plays, really effective plays, yards after the catch. Like, make the most of those targets. You don't need to have as many to be as productive.
No, I got to be explosive.
So I'll leave room for that.
Explosives.
But I guess in my mind, this is going to be a team that very much veers away from the offense we saw with Geno.
What do you think Jason gets then?
I think he gets 1,101 yards.
1,101.
1,101.
Okay.
And I think that would be a stellar season. And I think you get 5-something from Cooper.
Okay.
And
the 1,300 that DK got in 2020 is the single season record in team history.
That's what I'm.
Wow.
Bump.
All right, take it back.
12. Say 12.
12-2.
12-2?
12-2.
This is going to be, we'll have the 1,101 or 12-2.
1,200 would put him in the top 5 in terms of single season yardage.
What are single season yardage? Wait, can we guess before we bring?
Well, we know DK's number 1.
Mike's not waiting for us, is he?
No, he's not.
Okay, cool. Okay, so who's
number 2? It's got to be Dougie Fresh, right?
No.
Galloway?
Gold jacket.
Joey Galloway?
Steve Largent.
Yeah, there you go. You're not going to guess number 3.
Blades.
No.
Burleson.
No. This guy had one good season.
Corn Robinson.
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah, he had one good season and was in and out of the lineup the rest of his career.
Okay, when we get to 4 and 5, are there repeats?
Well, 4 and 5 is
Largent,
yeah.
Okay. Who's the next 2 new names?
Daryl Jackson with 1199 in 2004, and then Tyler Lockett with 1175.
So DK, number 1 in terms of receiving yardage for a wide receiver in a single season for the Seahawks.
Mm-hmm.
That 13 in Fields Bowl.
Yeah.
You adjusted.
I switched it. 12-5. Oh, 12-2. Sorry, 12-2.
12-2. Yeah. Someone said, well, DK gets more penalties and gets ejected more than any Seahawk.
That's something that's just not true about DK. At least not last year. Last year. So maybe he's changed. He's engaged now, so.
Yeah. Normani, she's going to keep him right.
We tend to calm down once we engage a little bit, so maybe he's turning a new leaf over there.
Yeah. I don't know. We'll see what happens with that. I think 12-02 would be an amazing season, and I would also be okay with there being a very clear, massive gap between JSN's production and every other receiver. If you have more pass catchers, if you incorporate your run game more, like I'm okay with a balanced offense. We'll see what we're looking at here. Let's also see what we're looking at for the Seahawks when we head into April's draft. CBS NFL and draft analyst Mike Renner joining us now on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline. Mike, how's it going?
Going great. Thanks for having me.
We are happy to have you. And I'm obviously going to start with a conversation about pick number 18 overall. I'm sure it is so hard as a draft analyst to try to predict what happens when you get to the mid and later part of the first round because you know there are going to be surprises and they're impossible to predict. That being said, is there a pick for you for Seattle that just makes too much sense to ignore?
I think the one fit that I really love, but it's like, I don't know if John Schneider would do it. I love Tyler Booker, the Alabama guard, to that offensive line. Just knowing how big of a need that interior is, just how poor it was a year ago, and just how NFL ready is. Like, he's a guy who would step in and start from day one at the guard position. And to me, that's what they need right now. So, obviously, you know, the Seahawks have not coveted the guard position historically, but times are changing, and you see what guards are getting paid around the NFL. It's starting to be a premium position for a lot of teams.
Is there a pick that you would just disagree with completely? Because I'm not against the Booker pick. Obviously, they need interior offensive linemen, but we also hear John Schneider say, look, we're going to get the best available. So is there like a best available position you would shake your head and say, yeah, you probably shouldn't have done that?
That's a good question. Honestly, there's not one that really stands out to me because I think where they could realistically draft, like thinking of the positions, they're all like high value positions, right? Line of scrimmage, maybe wide receiver, maybe cornerback, like that. I think the one, I almost said running back. They're not going to draft a running back in the first round. So if they draft a running back first round, that would obviously that would be kind of crazy. But no, there's not really anyone that jumps off the page to me as like a player or position that I just really think the Seahawks should stay away from.
Now, kind of the opposite of this question, while I don't think it'll be in the first round either, Mike, John Schneider has talked about how great this running back class is. They have two good running backs, both day 2 picks, second-round picks. They have, you know, a solid defensive line, and yet it sounds like those are two position groups where there is a ton of depth and maybe some real talent on day 2. Tell me what you see in the draft. And it doesn't have to be names in particular, but with those two positions in particular, is this an especially great class?
Yeah, that's unfortunate for the Seahawks perspective that those are probably the two best positions alongside tight ends. I think tight ends also a fantastic group, but those are uniquely good classes. Now, defensive line, though, is one where you cannot have enough, right? You might think you have a good unit, but you can still add to that unit because everyone ends up seeing the football field. Just look at the Philadelphia Eagles. You know, an embarrassment of riches only makes you more difficult to stop. But yeah, this year specifically on the edge, there's just so many good athletes, as we saw at the Combine, as we're seeing roll through their pro days. And even onto like day 2, it's not traditionally where you find a ton of top-end talent. I think there's going to be a lot of productive players on day 2 in this edge class. So from the Seahawks perspective and what Mike McDonald does, just rotating those defensive linemen, I would be floored if they didn't nab one within the first, top 100 picks here.
I'm going to step outside the Seahawks. We've been having conversations about, obviously, Cam Ward and Shedeur Sanders, and everyone thinks Cam's going to go number 1 to Tennessee, but the Cleveland Browns did bring him in for a workout. I think they're just crossing their T's, dotting their I's. Do you see a scenario where Cam does slip and then maybe Tennessee moves out of that spot, or do you think it's a pretty much a lock that Cam's going to go 1?
Not anymore. You know, I was there at the pro day on Monday, and you saw Mike Bergonzi, the Titans GM, set up in like a prime spot all over on his own, right at the line of scrimmage where Cam was. And if you saw that pro day and you already had a pretty high grade on him, you're already interested, I don't see how you would pass on that guy. His pro day was one of the best I've ever seen. Truly just like not putting the ball outside of a few times where he was like designed rollouts on the run. The only times he really missed ball placement. Everything else was like where it needed to be. His arm really stood out. So, yeah, maybe the Titans don't have, grades that we saw in last year's class on them with like Jaden Daniels and Caleb Williams and Drake May, but those guys don't come around every single year, and the quarterback need doesn't change. And with Cam Ward, he still would have gone in the first round last year with how good his tape was. And I think if you just look at the last guy drafted, it was Bo Nix. He led his team to the playoffs. That's really all you need to see to still take that chance, because the quarterback on that deal, it just turns your franchise around.
I don't know that Seattle's going to take a quarterback, but obviously given the Geno trade and that there are many people who still see Sam as kind of a bridge guy, I think a lot of people are probably eyeing day 3 potentially. Is there a late name? And I know that this guy isn't going to be a starter right away. But is there a late name that you think there is some intrigue that I personally have with this guy? And it's okay if not.
Well, there's one guy who I've been calling this year's Russell Wilson, and I think he can go day 3 or late 3rd and end up just being a long-term starter, even if he's not super exciting or super sexy. And it's Dylan Gabriel. I mean, he's going to go late because he's 5'10 and a half, same way Russell Wilson did. But I watched tape and I'm just like, this guy had some games that were elite. You know, his first game against Ohio State might have been the best tape I've seen from any quarterback all season. So if you're the Seahawks, and yeah, maybe you don't want to go back down that road where they did with Russell, even though it did win them Super Bowl. But I think personality-wise, he's complete opposite end of the spectrum of Russell Wilson. And I just think he's a guy that can play quarterback in the NFL. Now, will he be elite? Probably not. Not a lot of short quarterbacks can reach that pinnacle. But if you're the Seahawks at this point, you'll take whatever you can get.
The wide receiver position is one that it feels it's top heavy, and then everyone kind of blends in after that. And I think it's maybe like 4 to 5 guys, in my opinion, that kind of separate themselves. I really like Trey Harris out of Ole Miss. Is there a sleeper in that group that you like?
Oh, Trey Harris. I do love his tape. I think he's super talented. I hate every wide receiver coming out of Ole Miss, though. I mean, just look at his track record. They just don't run routes. They don't run routes. They run like 3 routes. And so as talented as he is, I think he's much better route runner than like the guys who have come before him. But it's going to have to be a big step up for him in the NFL. The guy I like, who's my sleeper, and maybe not anymore after Chris Sims dropped his wide receiver rankings, but Washington State's Kyle Williams. I haven't seen him in a lot of top hundreds. I'm actually closer to where Chris Sims had him ranked as second wide receiver in the entire draft class. I'm not going to go that far, but I do have him as top 40 player. I think his speed is something that, you know, if he just travels, I was about to say down the road, but Washington State's like not particularly close to Seattle, but closer than a lot of colleges. His travels down the road there that's what they need. They have 2 slower wide receivers in Jack Smith and Jigba and Cooper Kupp. You need some speed at that receiver position. And Kyle Williams, he has some of the best juice in this draft class.
I wanted to get back to those tight ends. You mentioned it's a pretty good class for them as well. Obviously, at least one could be off the board before Seattle's even there. But are there some early names that you especially like? And it doesn't have to be in particular for Seattle, but I think that they might be looking at that.
Yeah, I really like Warren and Loveland. I think they could truthfully both be off the board already by the time Seattle drafts. I think they're that. I think a lot of teams around the NFL will, you know, be willing to spend a premium pick after what we saw Brock Bowers do as a rookie tight end. But then, like, the second wave, I really like, too. I think Harold Fannin Jr. from Boston College, Bowling Green, is one of the best undersized tight end prospects I've seen in a while. Still really young, too. Only a junior coming out. He had, like, half of Bowling Green's receiving yards last year, which is just a freakish stat for a tight end. And I like Terrence Ferguson from Oregon, Elijah Arroyo from Miami, 2 of the best athletes. You know, the top-end guys are, like, polished. These guys are more – Ferguson and Arroyo, more like unpolished but high-end athletes that, you know, when you're looking at lower-round drafted tight ends, the ones that end up being better than expected, it's the guys that run like 4.5s, low 4.6s, the ones who have explosiveness to them that's then developed at the next level. So those are the 2 names that I'm probably highest on that I think could really, you know, in the right situation with some time, really be impact guys.
What's your evaluation on Shuck out of Louisville? I keep hearing that name pop up as of late. I'm thinking maybe if the Seahawks were to draft a guy, they look at a guy like Shuck. What's your eval on that young man?
It's so interesting because he's 26, which is just like, it doesn't make sense. You know, he's like that's like your 5th year in the NFL. And so it's really hard to compare. It's like, what should he look like at 26? You know, we've seen some old quarterbacks. We've seen some like Joe Burrow come in the NFL like 23, about to be 24. You know, Bo Nix, Jaden Daniels are both on the old side, but like they're still 3 years younger than this guy. So it's like, where is he in his developmental curve? Is this it? Has he reached his pinnacle? Is he ever going to get better? Because his tape was pretty good, and he has good arm talent. Some interesting aspects to his game, like he doesn't take a lot of sacks. He gets the ball out. He can throw on the move, but has a lot of panicky throws on tape. I think he's a see it, throw it kind of guy, and that's obviously at the next level difficult to get by-in. So he does need some development, and it's like if that guy was 21 with his tape, I probably would draft him in the first round. You know, if he was a junior coming out with his tape, I probably would say I'll take my chance on him developing. But he's 26 with it. So what's the next step for him? I don't know. That's why I think he's getting discussed in this weird manner I expect he probably goes day 2, though. I think in the 3rd round, someone would probably take him.
Stepping away from the draft just a little bit, on your podcast, Pushing the Pile, with your co-host Kyle Long. You guys go rate, review, subscribe. Awesome way to start, not just recapping free agency, but looking ahead to the draft. You did recap free agency for teams around the NFL. I know in a recent episode you looked at the NFC. What was your evaluation of Seattle's class?
Oh, man, you don't want to hear it. I did not love
You guys should listen.
Yeah, listen to the podcast, but you're not going to love what I have to say, unfortunately. I did not love the signing of Sam Darnold, the trading away of Geno Smith. I just thought that, yeah, he got younger, but I don't know how that improves them. And then some of their other moves, I just thought, I don't think, in the arms race that is the NFC West right now, they position themselves to come out on top. Is my unfortunate take away from free agency. They spent a lot of money to do it, but I don't think they got any better in the hierarchy of the NFC West, unfortunately. So it's going to have to happen in the draft. Obviously, they've been on a heater draft-wise and hitting on those picks. That's where your next step's going to have to come from. But free agency this year just wasn't my cup of tea.
All right, thanks so much. He is NFL and draft analyst for CBS, Mike Renner. Mike, thanks for your time.
Thanks, Mike.
Thanks so much for having me. Have a good one.
You too. I would have liked to ask Mike more.
I want to go in on that.
Well, I know, but I'm like, oh, shoot. I looked to you to be like, do you want a question?
I know, the clock.
I know. Let's see what's on tonight.
What's on tonight with Bump and Stacy, brought to you by Caesars Sportsbook at Muckleshoot. Now, here's what's on tonight.
We'll bring Mike back. We'll see if we can reconnect with Mike. A new episode of Survivor. Also, it's opening day tomorrow. What I need to know coming your way at 45 after. Get your questions in now.
Seattle Sports, your home for Brock and Salk. Weekdays 6 to 10.
The Mariners announced the launch of Root Sports Stream app. Access to all Root Sports programming, including Mariners games and other Mariners-related content. No blackouts, no cable or satellite subscription or contract required. That's great news. Oh, this is going to save me some money. Thank you, Mariners. Thank you.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
If you've ever wondered if there's something after death, Tyler Henry proves the answer is yes. Be part of his live audience readings and his jaw-dropping ability to connect with the departed at Muckleshoot Event Center, Thursday, July 10th and Friday, July 11th at 8 p.m. Experience this evening of hope and healing, bringing peace and closure to loved ones. Tyler Henry proves our loved ones never leave us. Get tickets at muckleshootcasino.com.
Muckleshoot. Through March 31st, save double your sales tax from Lake Washington Windows and Doors. Plus, enjoy easy zero down, zero payments, and zero interest, same as cash 12-month financing. Visit LakeWashingtonWindows.com to save double today.
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet, but we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found at G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just the bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them in the refrigerated section at Costco.
For over 113 years, Pacific Lamp and Supply Company has been your #1 lighting specialist in Washington, from the Space Needle in Seattle all the way to the Riverwalk in Spokane. With the largest lighting inventory in Washington, Pacific Lamp's knowledgeable and experienced staff can assist with any lighting issue, including intricate lighting and control designs. Plus, they work with all utilities in Washington to get you the best available lighting rebates. Pacific Lamp and Supply Company, Washington's lighting experts since 1912. Visit pacificlamp.com.
Discover LeMay, America's car museum in Tacoma. Explore 300 world-class cars, 100 years of history, and the Shinka exhibit with 50 iconic Japanese sports cars. Thrilling race simulators and fun for the whole family. Visit americascarmuseum.org.
Endless hours of research, seeking referrals, dozens of calls. Hiring the right attorney can be a challenging process during an already difficult time. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains.
In Washington State, Tom, there are thousands of attorneys to choose from.
Referrals and online research can be helpful, but discovering the right attorney requires a conversation. It can be hard to identify integrity and authenticity without that interaction.
So, what do you recommend?
We encourage anyone looking for personal injury representation to call for a free consultation with our team before making a decision simply based on referrals or online research. Accident victims need an attorney that listens, demonstrates honesty, and is genuinely understanding of their unique circumstances. The care, attention, and preparation that our firm provides throughout the case mirrors the effort involved when taking on the insurance companies.
Save time and avoid mistakes after an injury. Contact the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
Mariners single game tickets are on sale now. The squad will be back in action before you know it. And now's the time to lock in your seats for the biggest games this season. Don't miss opening day on March 27th, Ichiro Hall of Fame weekend, August 8th through 10th, and matchups versus the Dodgers, Yankees, and more. Plus, check out 30 value games with tickets starting at just $10. Go to Mariners.com to get your tickets today.
A deep blast. This is gone. Home run. Julio.
4 down territory, going inside the game with Michael Bumpus.
I like this. More quarterbacks should start doing this.
Every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bumpin' Stacy.
Asset Roofing was founded with the aim of shielding the community from liabilities that may arise from hiring a contractor. Bob Stelton here, and I love their slogan. You're either hiring an asset or you're hiring a liability. Now, I've been there, and you probably have too. Hiring a contractor that showed up late, delivered shoddy work, or went over budget. Asset Roofing is the opposite of a bad contractor. Their business model is to deliver honest and transparent solutions, becoming a valuable asset for both clients and their communities. Now, I experienced it firsthand when I met Anthony, the owner, and then again when I had him do work on my roof. Now, these guys are the best in the business, and I highly recommend Asset Roofing to local homeowners. Now, this spring, replace your aging roof with Asset Roofing. Ask them about their specialty, metal roofs. You're either hiring a liability or you're hiring an asset. Check them out at AssetRoofingCo.com. That's AssetRoofingCo.com.
Certified work that's never in doubt. Asset Roofing. Excellence is on the house.
Do you want to lose weight fast and keep it off? I'm Dr. Ryan Coogan with Eastside Weight Loss Clinic, and I have a plan that has helped over 4,000 people in the Seattle-Tacoma area lose up to a pound per day. No surgery, no exercise, no box package food, and no drugs or injections with potential side effects. We have a team of health coaches that can support you every step of the way. Schedule your free 15-minute, no-pressure phone consultation online at eastsideweightlossclinic.com and also see our incredible before and after transformations.
Well, and I'm one of those 4,000 people. I'm incredibly proud of my transformation. It started with just a 15-minute phone call where I learned how easy the program was and decided that it was right for me. I encourage you to make that phone call for yourself. It's only 15 minutes, and it can have a lasting impact.
Let our proven system help you lose 20 to 30 pounds or more in just 60 days. You can start our program in person at our Kirkland office or virtually from anywhere you live. Schedule your free phone consultation online at eastsideweightlossclinic.com. That's eastsideweightlossclinic.com.
Dr. Ryan Coogan, DC. Results may vary.
This hour is brought to you by Mazda of Everett.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Is it a torrential downpour outside yet? Can you see it from your spot?
It looks gray. Can't see anything though. Can't see rain though.
We have one window that only Bump can see out of, and all of us are positioned in places where we.
You
can't
know what's
see
messed up about that window is that when I talk, like I'll look out the window and talk, and the camera's right there. So then some people will watch and be like, "But why you always looking at the camera?" I go, "I'm
just
looking
staring
outside. I'm just looking outside."
Because it's supposed to be like a horrible storm, right?
Tonight, yeah.
Tonight.
I just got an email about it. Like, hey man,
Really?
get your water.
Okay, is it supposed to be that bad?
Yeah.
Am I going to lose power?
You might.
I don't like that.
I don't like that.
I don't like that. I don't want that. I don't want that. Okay, I'm going to make a mental note to download something to watch.
Yeah.
Okay. Mental note, Stacy. Don't forget. Yet another NFL analyst not high on Seahawks free agency moves. Bump, you think people might be looking at this the wrong way. We just spoke, if you're just now joining us, we just spoke with CBS NFL and draft analyst Mike Renner. And a ton of great insight from Mike on this upcoming draft class. Really encourage you to go back and listen once it's posted to Hour 4 of the Bump and Stacy podcast. Mike jumps on at about 15 minutes in. He, however, was not a fan of Seattle's free agency moves. We didn't have enough time to dive in, but this is what he said.
Oh, man, you don't want to hear it. I did not love
You guys should listen.
Yeah, listen to the podcast, but you're not going to love what I have to say, unfortunately. I did not love the signing of Sam Darnold, the trading away of Geno Smith. I just thought that, yeah, he got younger, but I don't know how that improves them. And then some of their other moves, I just thought, I don't think, in the arms race that is the NFC West right now, they position themselves to come out on top. Is my unfortunate take away from free agency. Spent a lot of money to do it, but I don't think they got any better in the hierarchy of the NFC West, unfortunately. So it's going to have to happen in the draft. Obviously, they've been on a heater draft-wise and hitting on those picks. That's where your next step's going to have to come from. But free agency this year just wasn't my cup of tea.
That was his main point to me, right? That one line. I don't think in the arms race that is in the NFC West, they position themselves to come out on top. Is he right?
The Rams are the best team in the division right now. So, no, you can't position yourself to come out on top because I think that they got better. Devontae Adams over there. I mean, you got Tutu as well. And obviously, Puka Nacua, the run game's going to be good. That defensive line is crazy. No, the Rams are the favorites to win the division. So I don't think there's any move they could have made that could have positioned them there preseason. Geno wants to go. There's no quarterback that would have made you think, oh, he can compete with Matthew Stafford. Mm-hmm. If you bring in a receiver to add to this situation here, you can bring over Diggs, and maybe you think that it competes with what the Rams have going over there, but also because you have an offense that you're not sure what it's going to be. No, I think that there was nothing they could do to position themselves to be ahead of the Rams when it comes to preseason stuff. And I respect what people are saying about the situation because you always got to take age and production into your analysis. But I'm taking the offense into consideration when I look at the moves that they've made and what they haven't made, and I give them a chance. Now, I don't think that it's a foregone conclusion that they're going to be right there with the Rams. No, the Rams, they're the standard right now. But I've said this before, and I'll say it again until we hit week 3 or 4. You still got to see. Mm-hmm. And Sam Darnold was the best option. I get why people aren't ecstatic about it, but I think it goes both ways. It's not like that's all we've heard. I think we've heard both. People understanding and people being like, I'm not sure if that was enough. It might not be enough this year to win the division, but I think it could be enough eventually to compete.
We were against the clock, which means I had to break. I was running out of time, and Bump did not get a follow-up, unfortunately, because I know you had one. What would you have wanted to ask Mike? Like, did you feel like there was context missing? Did you have, like, a question where – because I know I could sense that you were like, I want to go in on this game.
Yeah, I want to ask him, how much does age factor into this? Is it because DeMarcus Lawrence is coming off an injury? Is it because Cooper Kupp can't stay healthy? Because we hear people say that, but they never give us the reason why. And how did you look at the quarterback market? Was Sam not the best quarterback? I just wanted him to kind of explain it a little more in depth because I can understand it, but I want someone to say it. I don't want to say it for them. I know that's my job sometimes is to analyze and put it out there and say, this is what I think they're thinking, but I want someone to walk me through their thought process because I think with what was given to them, the situation, the Hawks did an excellent job.
That's a really good way to say it, and I think that it's almost like everyone's taking different tests at different times. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And it's so hard for national experts. Earlier, the other expert we talked about is Benjamin Solak, who I think is really, really smart and really insightful and does take time to watch Seahawks tape and watch all these games. But I think that what becomes difficult as a national analyst that you have no choice but to do as a local analyst is when you're a national person, you just kind of have to grade it all on the same scale. You have no choice. I'm not going to write 32 articles about 32 different teams and where those 32 teams are. I'm just going to write compared to each other who did the best. The Seahawks test that they were given was, hey, your quarterback wants to be traded. Your wide receiver doesn't want to be here either. In this year's free agency class, what can you do? How do you make the most of it? Mm-hmm. And even within that, there are people that are going to go, well, I would have paid you no more. I would have made it impossible for him to ask for a trade because I would have thrown a number at him he couldn't say no to. Or they would have said, well, I wouldn't have signed Sam Darnold. I would have gone to the draft and maybe traded up. Like, there are other options within this context that someone might have made. But I agree with you. When you look at the context, the actual test these Seahawks were supposed to ace, I think they got a passing grade.
Yeah, it was a test that should be graded on a curve.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, let me see what else is out there, and I'll grade you accordingly rather than just reacting to the moves. And it's hard for people who cover multiple teams to look at it that way. And I don't completely disagree with some of the things that people say when they go against this, because DeMarcus he's about to be 32.
Mm-hmm.
Cooper Kupp, he's 31 years of age. Sam Darnold, he's only done it one season. Can he do it again? And I look at the offense and what I expect it to do, and I'm still waiting. I think also if we walk away from the draft and we feel like they did what they're supposed to do when it comes to getting an offensive lineman, maybe getting another weapon at receiver, getting some depth at the corner spot, it's like we're not done with the build, all right? Not a rebuild, retool, but the 2025 all season. We're not done with it yet. Some teams knock it out the park, and they're good to go right now. They've acquired this guy, only got to add a few more pieces. It's a different kind of build. This build is different. This build is going to take a few more weeks, maybe a couple months before we see the final product, and then we're going to reassess. We're going to look at it from a different angle, reassess, and see how we feel about it compared to what has happened in the division across the league.
Well, and in part because your solution for that big problem, signing Will Fries, didn't work out.
Yeah.
And it seems pretty clear from John Schneider that there was no second best guy he was willing to throw money at. And maybe that's the individual grades that his front office has on this free agency class, right? Maybe other people out there that know way more than me about offensive line talent would disagree. But it sure sounds like for John Schneider, it was Will Fries or we'll stick with cheap guys and our own guys because that's the only person we're willing to throw money at. I think that for Benjamin Solak, for Mike Renner, who was just on with us, it's impossible to look past the offensive line problem, even knowing there may not have been a ton of solutions. It's just impossible for them to feel good about any of these moves, knowing you still have the single biggest problem you entered the season with.
Yep.
And yeah, I don't know that a draft solves that, but yeah, I wanted to give us some time to kind of reflect on what Mike said, because I know that we unfortunately had it right at the end and didn't get a chance to reflect on him going, yeah, I don't think you helped yourself. I don't think you helped yourself at all. Get your questions into the Mac and Jacks text line 866-979-3776.
Baseball is back. Julio Rodriguez and the 2025 Mariners are ready to play ball.
God, Julio, home run!
Opening day is tomorrow.
It's a mentality. It's time to battle. It's time to fight.
Seattle Sports will be live from Soto all day, including Wyman and Bob at Victory Hall from 2 to 6 p.m. Seattle Sports, the home of the Mariners, and your exclusive home for opening day.
March is here, and Toyota of Renton and Toyota of Kirkland have teamed up to take away your car buying madness. At Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, they have the widest selection of new and certified used inventory and the largest savings in the region. Now that's a slam dunk. The all-star staff at Toyota of Renton and Kirkland will assist you with a test drive, and you can score that car the very same day. Come see for yourself or visit online at toyotaofrenton.com or toyotaofkirkland.com.
O'Brien. This is Steve Amman, president of Pacific Power Batteries. And when we hear oy vey, zut alors, or oofda, we know that battery prices are high these days. Our job is to control our costs and offer a great value to you. We tried calling our vendors to ask them to stop raising prices, but they haven't returned our calls. Whether it's a brand new battery, a reconditioned battery with a 90-day guarantee, or a factory second with a 1-year guarantee, we'll have something for your budget. So stop in at any Pacific Power Battery store, and we promise to help you.
Attention tax accountants. The following message is for you. Tax season is here, and if you're an accounting firm, the pressure is on. Long hours and tight deadlines make this time of year a challenge for even the most seasoned tax professionals. But this tax season, Blue Jay has your back. Powered by generative AI, Blue Jay is the preferred partner solution of CPA.com for tax research. Ask a complex tax question, and Blue Jay gives you better tax answers in seconds. Save time, maximize your clients' refunds with high-speed, accurate, and intuitive AI technology. Built with a library of only the most trusted tax resources, updated daily to keep up with changes in tax. For a limited time, save 40% off at bluejay.com/start now. That's BLUE, the letter J.com/start now. Or text BLUE to 511-511. Save 40% by texting BLUE to 511-511. Tax accountants don't leave money on the table. Stress less and text BLUE to 511-511 today. Tax fees may apply.
You never get a second chance to make a first impression. Superior Linen Service. 98 years providing logoed apparel, uniforms, floor mats, linens, and more. Give us a call. We answer the phone. Superior Linen Service. Visit suplinen.com.
When an 18-wheeler ran a red light and took the life of a Tacoma man in 2021, his family trusted Davis Law Group to fight for them. And we recovered a $3.5 million settlement and held the trucking company accountable for his death. Accident victims have trusted Davis Law Group to win their case for the past 30 years. And hundreds of 5-star reviews from real clients are proof that we've earned that trust. Call Davis Law Group today for a free consultation or get my free book on trucking accident law at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
Your favorite Seattle sports show is available anywhere you go through the Seattle Sports app. Brought to you by Fred Hutchinson Cancer Center Proton Therapy. Full shows and interviews, exclusive video and articles from the home of the Seahawks and Mariners.
Making fresh produce and food affordable and accessible to all is a mission Safeway is deeply committed to. G. Scott here. Your local Safeway has all the great benefits that SNAP-eligible families love, plus exclusive savings. Right now, save 50% on Fresh Pass memberships, plus get a monthly $5 credit, free unlimited delivery, $10 of free produce, and double rewards. Check out your Safeway For You app for all details and savings, or visit Safeway.com/SNAP for details.
We are Seattle Sports, the home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Watch your favorite show live at seattlesports.com.
The LJ Way is the Lee Johnson Auto Family.
Hello, hello. Welcome to the Lee Johnson Auto Family. This is King. This organization's a special one. They call it the Lee Johnson Auto Family, and it's not just a name, it's not just some cliche. They foster an environment for us to become a family, to work together, to really become close, and they show us in a lot of different ways that they do value us. Is it perfect? No, no place is. But I've been very thankful to be here in the almost 10 years and have every plan to stay here for a lot longer and just watch it continue to grow.
He's fun and professional, which explains why so many people visiting Lee Johnson Kia ask for him by name. The LJ Way is the Lee Johnson Auto Family.
Was drafted in 1999 by the Philadelphia 76ers, and that was just absolutely a dream come true.
Todd's playing in the NBA is unique. His battle with neuropathy is not.
I first started noticing problems a couple years into my NBA career, and I felt like my sock was just balled up right in the arch of my foot, and there'd be areas of burning and tingling, and then there'd be other areas of deadness where there would be no response to touch. We tried everything possible, from surgery to different drugs, to try and take care of some of the symptoms.
I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist at Sound Pain Solutions. Our neuropathy treatments can rehabilitate damaged nerves. We use FDA-cleared, non-surgical, non-drug, pain-free procedures that have helped thousands of neuropathy sufferers find relief.
Now I'm able to spend more time doing the things that I enjoy, being on my feet.
If you experience numbness, shooting, or burning pains, or loss of balance, call us. Sound Pain Solutions, 855-996-0025, or click soundpainsolutions.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
this is Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Bump wind gusts in excess of 58 miles per hour. That's a tornado.
No, I think tornadoes move a little faster than that.
Tornado mile per hour. This is good radio. Okay, from 65 to a casual 300.
A casual 300. Here's what I hope. I hope everyone is safe tonight, but I hope everyone has the day off from work.
Yes.
Because, except the Mariners.
Yeah, they got to work.
You guys go ahead and play.
You guys got to play.
But everyone, just you stay home and enjoy your day off.
866-979-3776. Get your questions into the Mac and Jack's text line. What I need to know. Bump. Is it possible to separate between a blatant defensive hold to save a touchdown and a questionable hold away from the play? The blatant maybe being a first down and the other one not.
I think there is, but I think it's discretion, right? I think there's a way for us to see it watching it on TV, but for the referees to be able to do it that fast, I think it's tough.
What I need to know, been comparing with a coworker some of the crazy dreams we've had. I won with a dream that involved a security guard at Toys R Us that was a blind T-Rex with a seeing eye dog. What are some of the craziest dreams you've had?
Craziest dreams. I've had the dreams where I'm fighting for my life, and I know that it's a dream, but I'm like, let's stay in this. Like, let's see how this thing pans out. And it doesn't work out the way I want it to.
Isn't it weird how there are certain dreams you do remember?
Yeah.
Isn't that such a weird thing? Like, you don't remember all the things about your dream, but there's a dream I remember having as like not a child, maybe like a young teen, where I was at the zoo and I was jumping into the air and I could jump really high. And then this like aardvark or something really scary that was following me and broke out of its cage could jump just as high. And it was scary because I couldn't jump away from it. That's a dream I remember that's probably 20 years old.
I remember it's before I'd been to Disneyland. I had a dream. I was at Disneyland, and it felt so real. I woke up. I was like 5 or 6 and started crying.
Did you ever have a dream you got into a fight with someone, woke up, and then you were mad at them or apologized?
Nah, that's the significant other. They do that.
We're fighting right now? Why? I don't know. Why don't you ask your dream self? 866-979-3776. Bump, what I need to know. Would you rather sink the winning putt on the 18th hole at the Masters?
Winning putt.
Winning putt. Oh, sink. Okay, this is speech to text. Sink the winning putt at the 18th hole at the Masters or catch the winning touchdown pass in the Super Bowl.
It's the putt. You do that all by yourself. Masters. Give me the jacket. I'm now one of the greatest individuals to do anything of all time. Football is such a team sport. Golf, you're out there dolo by yourself.
More people are watching you catch that
I could
winning
care less.
touchdown.
It's not about them. It's about me.
I know, but what a moment.
Yeah, it's a great moment.
Curtis, which one? I need a asking the field type thing to this.
I feel like people remember great touchdown catches in the Super Bowl more than they would a single match.
I'm not worried about nobody else. This
not even a touchdown catch.
Golf community.
Who do Eli throw to?
David Tyree.
Exactly.
Who won the 2016 Masters?
Bump's gonna know.
I'm not gonna know.
Oh.
It's probably Phil Mickelson. I don't know.
Someone said, Bump, please explain your hat. If you're watching on the
Danny
Seattle
Willett.
Sports stream.
Who was it?
Danny Willett. I think he's a British man.
Love that guy, Danny. My hat, there's a goat on my hat, but it has tiger print on it. Therefore, the goat, Tiger Woods.
Who hits the first home run for the Mariners this year, says the 206.
Ryan Bliss, baby.
Ryan Bliss.
Bliss. He said, you know what? Throw me a fastball. Oh, I can't hit a fastball. Throw me a fastball. Bow.
I think it's going to be someone we're not expecting, like
Ryan
Garver.
Bliss.
No, it's going to be like a Mitch Garver, and it'll be one of like 10 this year.
Now, I got this prediction almost spot on a couple of years ago. Like, I had it down to the inning.
The Haniger one?
Yeah, the Mitch Haniger one.
Who can forget?
So, no one can forget. People talk to me about it all the time.
Still to this day.
It's going to be Rowdy Tellez in the 4th inning. That you heard it here first, folks.
Thursday? Like tomorrow?
When else would it be?
Matt, don't laugh at that. Stop encouraging him. 866-979-3776.
I can't predict it's going to happen in Game 3. That would be awful.
So you're calling,
no home runs. Tomorrow in the 4th inning.
First home run of the season, Rowdy Tellez, 4th inning.
Yes. Solo shot.
Rowdy.
Right field seats.
Okay, I will bring in, I genuinely mean this, either donuts or lunch. You two can choose. And Matt, Friday, if that actually happens.
Okay.
If it actually happens.
Right.
It's happening now.
It's not.
They leaked me the script yesterday.
Can you imagine? What an exhausting season, the MLB script.
Oh, my gosh.
God. Not nearly as fun as the NFL script. What I need to know, let's see, 866-979-3776. If you get a hole-in-one while playing by yourself, did it really happen?
Yeah, but it doesn't have. It doesn't hit the same.
No, it did not. It
Doesn't hit
didn't.
the same.
It just didn't. Zach and Puyallup says it's going to be a Julio bomb in the 7th.
It'd be nice.
That'd be cool. I'm going to be do you know how angry I'm going to be if it is Rowdy in the 4th? I will be livid. What are our rules if it's Rowdy, but it's not the 4th? Does it cancel out?
It's still, I mean,
Maybe
I still
just
got it right, just not the inning,
So do you want to just, I will accept a bet that's just Rowdy, or do you want to take Rowdy in the 4th?
I'll do Rowdy in the 4th.
That's a gambling man.
That's how confident.
That's a gambling man right now. Okay, cool. 866-979-3776. After cooking or frying dinner, do you have a jar to keep grease, or or like me, do you just throw it away in the trash?
That's old school right there.
school.
My mom used to put the grease in a Folgers can.
Yeah.
Nah, I just throw that thing away though. I throw it away.
Someone said, why would you be livid? You're the one making a bet that no one else is betting against you. Well, yeah, because I'm going to be livid because I'll realize I'll have made this bet. And then if it actually happens, and I don't think it will happen, it'll be Curtis getting another prediction right that then I have to pay up on. No one's betting against me, but I'm just so confident it won't that I'm like, of course the universe will have this happen. By virtue of me saying it will not happen, it will happen. I've learned that with these donut bets.
What happened?
Yeah.
It's happening.
866-979-3776. What I need to know. Are you guys going to be at T-Mobile Park?
Yep.
Yes. Are you staying?
Still trying to figure out where we're parking.
Yeah, we will be the first ones there.
Yep. I'll be there. I'll be hanging out too, man. Come find me. Buy me a drink. They're expensive.
Yeah, it's really expensive. But now they have, you can get like a giant Trident and fill it up.
Really? I'm
Yeah,
not
it's
walking around with no dang Trident.
But it's fun. What's your food purchase? Your first food purchase?
Kid Valley. Love me some Kid Valley.
See, my problem is like when I do go to games, because if we're broadcasting, it's a day game, and like usually I'll like leave or whatever, and like I'll go to a night game. But when I go, I'm always late, which means when I go to get in line for food, I'm like, I'm not moving. I'm not getting anywhere. 866-979-3776. It's just people making home run predictions. That is the entire Mac and Jack's text
Listen
line.
to 6.
I've
Bars.
got Cal in the first, which, okay. First batter, bottom of the first. So
that would be
kind
Victor
of a lead off.
Robles,
Yeah,
probably.
yeah. Julio in the 7th. I read that one. It's just, I have no more questions. It's just people excited for opening day, texting in exactly when they believe this will happen. But
What's worse, too many cup of coffees or too many glasses of alcohol?
alcohol.
Hangover.
I mean, let me tell you what, though. You know how often during the show I've had too much coffee on an empty stomach, and I have been so insanely
jittery?
Not even that. You'll become paranoid.
The government's watching.
Yeah, seriously.
Turn those cameras off.
Just so like you become like, I will literally be like, why is my heart racing? Why do I feel nervous? All right, you guys, that will do it for us. If you missed any part of the show, make sure you check out the Bump and Stacy podcast on Apple, Spotify, Google Play, or SeattleSports.com. Wyman and Bob coming your way next.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob. Weekdays 2 to 7.
The Mariners making a move to lock up part of their core. In Cal Raleigh, this is somebody you drafted, you developed, one of the great catchers in the game. You keep that guy around. He's a leader in the clubhouse. He's everything you'd want in a player. He's everything you'd hope when you draft a young player that they're going to turn into something close to this. And you got it.
Cal could probably get a lot more money on the open market, but he wants to stay here. I think Mariner fans are going to love him forever.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Did you know colon cancer can be detected early or prevented through regular screening?
I have detected Around Earth is the greatest lie ever.
Okay, Roger. My uncle just passed away and I inherited his cockatoo, Roger. He was a member of the Flat Earth Society, so Roger picked up on some of his rhetoric. Anyway, screening, such as a colonoscopy.
Screen these! Screen these!
Roger that, Roger. Moving on. Colonoscopies can detect early-stage colon or rectal cancer or even polyps, which are abnormal growths that can turn into cancer over time.
I'm a Flat Earth walker.
Come on, Roger. What did I do to my uncle to deserve you? You don't get to choose what you inherit, just like colon cancer. Unlike Roger here, I believe in science. And science says that if colon cancer runs in your family, you're more likely to develop it yourself. Talk to your doctor about when you should start screening. Find out more at coloncancercoalition.org. A message from the Colon Cancer Coalition.
Bracket busted?
Don't worry, Madness Maniacs, you still have a shot at winning. Head to seattlesports.com/win to fill out your 16-team bracket. It's not too late to join in on the fun. It's the Seattle Sports Bracket Bucks presented by Muckleshoot Casino Resort. And the winner of the 16-team competition will win a $500 Visa gift card. Register and find complete rules at seattlesports.com/win. Seattle Sports Bracket Bucks presented by Muckleshoot Casino.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity. So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah, posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. And now through April 21st, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and one unlimited mobile line together for $25 a month for 1 year and save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Savings compared to Verizon 5G Internet plus one unlimited welcome line and AT&T Internet 300 plus one unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Actual speeds vary. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
Are you trying to buy a new home, or are you a local real estate agent seeking financing for a client? We're all tired of dealing with banks, credit unions, and endless guidelines. Wouldn't it be nice to go back in time when we had common sense lending? Hi, I'm Scott Rireka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital based in Bellevue. We are one of the largest local private portfolio lenders in Washington. We've helped thousands of home buyers and real estate investors reach their financial goals by leveraging the Legacy Common Sense borrowing platform. What that means is we lend our own money, we make our own decisions. If your deal makes sense, we'll get it done. Whether you're purchasing a new piece of real estate or refinancing an existing loan, bridge loans, construction, or regular home loan, it doesn't have to be as difficult as banks and lenders make it. If you're trying to grow wealth through real estate acquisition, come talk to the experts in private lending.
Call 425-635-4700 or LegacyG.com. Legacy Group Capital, your common sense lender. LegacyG.com.
Jason Rance here with our local tax expert and advocate, Greg Nunn from Nunn Better Tax Resolution. So, Greg, not all tax resolution companies are the same. There are some that are definitely not local. There are others that don't quite know what they're doing even.
Well, I tell you, these ads that all of us hear, Fresh Start program, they make you feel like, hey, man, I can just easy peasy get my taxes written off. No. And I've had several clients actually come to me after going through that process, and they just get no response after a while. They're passed around from person to person. That doesn't happen at my firm.
You are familiar with the cases that come in. You're working on them.
I'm familiar with every case that comes into our office. And I know what's going on and have the ability to really advise our taxpayers very well on what to do.
If you're having trouble with the IRS, then call Greg Nunn. Nunn Better Tax Resolution, from stress to success with IRS Solutions. 425-947-1967 or Google NUNN. Nunn Better Tax Resolution.
Get ready for an unforgettable adventure at LeMay, America's car museum in Tacoma. Marvel at over 300 world-class automobiles and 100 years of history. Don't miss the Shinka exhibit, featuring nearly 50 iconic Japanese sports cars. Feel the thrill of driving a Formula One car on the exhilarating race simulators. There's fun for everyone, so grab your friends or the whole family and plan your visit Thursday to Monday. Learn more at americascarmuseum.org.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Well, the NFL Competition Committee is recommending making the dynamic kickoff rule permanent and moving touchbacks to the 35-yard line in hopes of generating even more returns. The Competition Committee also, they released several potential rule changes for 2025 today, including an expansion of instant replay that will be considered next week at league meetings in Palm Beach, Florida. Any rule change must be approved by 24 out of the 32 team owners. Meanwhile, Cameron Hayward, who basically said, look, if Aaron Rodgers wants to be a Steeler, then be a Steeler. I'm tired of hearing about it. Now says, quote, it was misconstrued.
I was asked a question, would you go to the lengths of going to a darkness retreat to recruit Aaron Rodgers? I said, I'm not doing that. The pitch is, if you want to be a Steeler, be a Steeler. That's all it was. It wasn't that I don't like Aaron Rodgers or I'm against it.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
This hour is brought to you by Legacy Group Capital Common Sense Lending.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Wyman and Bob.
On Seattle Sports.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Dave Wyman and Bob Stelter.